Chapter 1136. We are here live in the flesh. Good morning, good day, good night, wherever you guys are. It is a wonderful day. It is a wonderful time where we get to experience One Peak 1136. The greatest fiction, the greatest anime, the greatest manga, the greatest series of all time. One Piece, without a doubt, without a shadow of a doubt. This is the greatest story. This is the greatest work of fiction ever made. No debate. And we are here to react to this live fresh chapter 1136, the country that awaits the sun. Guys, this is a glorious day. How are we doing, chat? I hope everyone's having an amazing morning, day, or night wherever you guys are. God bless you all. I hope Jesus Christ is with you all. I hope God is protecting and guiding and establishing each and every one of your footsteps, guys. God bless you all. We got Lucas, we got the boy JJ, we got Motu, we got Johan, we got Simon, the beautiful Dawn of Ascension, Kunio. We got the usual, bro. We got the established gang here. We have the established three-eyed tribe here, the mafia. Guys, I hope we're doing good. Hope you guys are doing good. Guys, let me know how you're feeling. Guys, is it morning for you? Is it daytime? Is it nighttime? What time is it for you guys right now? It is 11 a.m. here, and I'm excited. Guys, I just got to give you a reminder. Listen, you guys got to understand, right? We take this One Piece stuff, and JJ, if I'm telling the truth, bro, co-sign this. And if I'm lying, if this is cap, bro, call me out, okay, JJ? Listen, we need to understand, we need to remind ourselves that we are not going to be reading One Piece weekly forever. There will come a day where One Piece releases its final chapter. That day will happen. And once that day arrives, there's no more reading weekly. Once that happens, there is no more reading weekly. We need to enjoy and be thankful for this experience. Chat, we could have been born 200 years ago, bro, before the internet. We could have been born 200 years from now in the future. But we just so happen to be born at the same exact time that One Piece is able to establish weekly chapters in our lifetime. We were born not too early, but not too late. And this is going to be, we're just so lucky. We're so lucky that we get to be born in this same exact time frame, because this is a story that's going to go down in history as the greatest piece of fiction, bar none, the greatest story, the greatest Odyssey, masterpiece, and we all got to experience it weekly together. Chat, when we're old, when we're grandfathers and we're great grandfathers or grandmothers, we're gonna be able to tell our descendants, like, yo, we were there reading One Piece weekly, bro. We were there looking at a Mooney's thirst for Nami. We were there looking at people calling Loki a good guy. We were there looking at young Smokey dropping nuclear super chats every stream. We were there looking at Pokemon Red, aka Eli, simping over Robin every chapter. We were there looking at I don't know, creditless people trying to tell me that Sanji's a better character than Zoro. And guys, this is an amazing feeling. I hope everyone's doing good. Alejandro, what's good, bro? Michelangelo, welcome back, bro. Vincent, how we doing, man? Could you imagine if we were in a reality where there wasn't One Piece? Man, that would be a worse reality. Okay, so thank God that Oda exists. Thank God that he did this One Piece stuff. Imagine he didn't. Guys, before we even get into this chapter, man, has anyone here read the chapter yet? Can anyone confirm how good this chapter is? 1 to 10. I want to poll for those of you that have already read the chapter. I think most people, I say this all the time, I'm pretty sure most of you guys have already read the chapter. And I don't blame you. If you guys want to read the chapter before I react, bro, that's your decision. Like, it doesn't really affect me, right? Plus, I know people get pissed when they try to read the chapter with me as we're reacting on stream, because you guys know how we we'll spend like 45 minutes on one page, and then we realize that we did that, so then we have to speed run like 10 pages in like 30 seconds. Guys, listen, how good is this chapter, man? How good? I see Vincent saying it's 100 out of 10. We got the boy L here. Johan saying it's a 10, really a 10, really. JJ says a lot of progression. That's what I'm expecting. I'm expecting a lot of progression. The fact that, again, Luffy, Zoro, Nami are actually getting the key and bringing it to Loki, that's progressing the arc, right? Because there was a few weeks ago, bro, a few chapters ago, it was unclear. It was unclear to us whether or not Luffy was going to free Loki, right? Wasn't that like a big question? We didn't know that, we didn't know whether Luffy was going to get freed or not Luffy, Loki. What's good, Vizwa? Reading it with me? Real one. Imagine the final battle of One Piece takes place in 2032 because it is the number of Jesus and a link to the apocalypse. That, I mean, that would be crazy, man. I see, like, bro, I know the Japanese One Piece fans, the guys, like the Japanese theorists especially, bro, they're all over the Gorowase, which is like the Japanese number puns and stuff like that. And I guess technically speaking, like 32 for Jesus isn't exactly like Gorowase, if I'm understanding you correctly. But I don't know. I've never been into the whole numbers thing, man. And maybe that's because I've been burnt a lot. Right, I always give you guys the obvious example with Dragon not appearing in chapter 1100, right? That's one of the examples why I just don't want to bother with the numbers anymore. Which, by the way, Johan or anyone else in chat, I'm pretty sure Johan knows the answer. Wasn't there this long-running theory that we would hear about the One Piece on a certain chapter number because like that chapter number can be translated into One Piece? What chapter number was that again? Because I'm pretty sure that chapter is not far away, and I highly doubt we would be on Laugh Tale by then, let alone get information about the One Piece. Does anyone know? 1127. Oh, so we already passed it. See, so we already passed it. Bro, it was years of One Piece theories where people said 1127 was going to be a chapter about the One Piece. Simply because 1127 could be used in a Japanese number pun. They call it Gorowase, where 1127 basically means One Piece. But come to find out, look at this. We're on 1136. Bro, we didn't see anything about the One Piece. So when it comes to numbers and stuff like that, I don't put too much stock into it. When I want to craft some theories, man, I think about the logistics of the story. I'm thinking about, okay, what are all the variables we see here? If we like, for an example, if we want to make a Blackbeard theory, can we list out every single detail that somehow connects to Blackbeard, list out all those variables? What is the most probable conclusion? And you know, sometimes real life pirates, real life deities, real life demons, you know, monsters and stuff like that does fit the bill for characters. But with that being said, Infinite Void Storm, glad to see you, bro. Mathematical physics. Look, at the end of the day, I'm telling you guys right now, there's no way One Piece will end within 200 chapters from now. And I'll put any amount of money, bro. Any amount of money. Gun to my head, yo, I don't care what the circumstances. There is no possibility that One Piece will end by chapter, I'll say 1136. It's not possible, bro. It is not possible. We still need to finish Elbaf. God knows if we have another arc after this for Blackbeard, how long a Blackbeard arc would be. Then we have like Lodestar and Laugh Tale, a huge info dump on Laugh Tale. Then we have pre-Final War. Then we have Final War, where every single character is going to be fighting, bro. All the Marines, all the Admirals, probably Cypher Pole, the Revs, maybe Big Mom and Kaido come back. I don't see One Piece ending within 200 chapters, bro. I'll give it at the least, bro, 225, 250. It's good, Jordan. All right, guys, let me know what you think. How many chapters do you guys think One Piece has to go at minimum before we turn that final page and the story's completely over? How many chapters at the minimum do you think it would be? If anyone says 100, bro, they're smoking crack. There's no way. They are on extreme meth. They are on extreme ketamine. If anyone says 100, I don't know what story you're reading, bro. Straight up, you're not reading One Piece. You're reading Two Piece. You are reading Two Piece. You'd probably get more info about the One Piece in chapter 1150. Your 1200 of One Piece is definitely reaching 2,000 chapters. 2,000. Okay, listen, Vincent. I see where you're coming from, right? But I don't necessarily see One Piece going another 850 50 chapters, bro. If One Piece hits 11 or hits 2000, that means we're a little over halfway done. Nah, there's no way. There's no way One Piece would hit chapter 2000. Yo, who here sees One Piece hitting chapter 2000? That that's wild, bro. That's like another 800 and what? 64 chapters or something like that. We got Hamaji with the 5, bro. Thank you, brother. God bless you, man. Early gang like the stream. This chapter is looking like a pretty hefty meal. Hey, I'm ready, man. Hamaji, I'm ready. I'm ready to see these Shanks panels. Even though I think he doesn't like reveal himself, I want to see if there's a. By the way, no one spoiled me on this. When we were reading the spoilers, I was calling it. I was saying, yo, there's no way that in this next chapter, 1136, that Oda was gonna draw the full face of this Shanks. I guarantee. I said it back in the spoilers. You guys could go fact check me. Go fact check me. Go pull up the streams. I said there's no way, I'd bet any amount of money, that Oda will not draw this fake Shanks' full face, because then that's going to tell us more about the missing scar. No one spoil me. Don't tell me if I was right or wrong, but I'm going to stick to that bet. I bet you anything, in this chapter, Oda did not draw the full face. He's going to continue drawing half a face so that it's more unclear regarding the scar. Watch. But Hamaji, bro, I'm excited, man. You know, the Shank stuff. We got the, I guess, the new Nika silhouette panel. Apparently, he has a sword and a shield. Hey, Hamaji, man, I'm ready for this chapter. Who's ready, guys? You guys ready? If we are ready for this chapter reaction, drop some salutes in chat, guys. 07, 07, 07, 07. It's good, Teach. Loki is becoming a fan favorite. I mean, yeah, bro. Loki actually has a really sick design. And like he actually has a personality, you know? He's not a boring. He's not like just like meh. You know, there's some fuel to him, right? And then we have like the idea that Big Mom tried to schedule not a meeting. Well, I guess a meeting in a way, but a marriage between Lola and Loki. You know, he's been built up since Thriller Bark, and Oda is delivering when it comes to Loki, and we haven't even seen his devil fruit yet. Could you imagine how much like Loki hype or Loki appreciation would we would see when we finally get his devil fruit? Could you imagine? Oda's not gonna fumble Loki's devil fruit. He's gonna give him some sick devil fruit, and I think it's gonna be the Jormungandr. All right, guys, and one last thing before we jump into this reaction. You guys know that before we do our reactions, we got to give a prayer to the stream, guys. We got to give a prayer to the stream and to the chat. We got to bless the stream. We got to bless the viewers. Let's do a quick prayer chat. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, deliver us from evil. My Lord and Savior, my deliverer, my refuge, my stronghold, my Father who is in heaven, Lord Jesus Christ, thank you for another day of life. Lord, thank you for giving me breath this morning. Thank you for giving me food, water, shelter, entertainment, knowledge, perseverance, courage, bravery, hope, contentment, inner peace. Lord, thank you for everything that you do for me. Lord, please give me more strength, faith, and trust in you so I could turn away from my sins and turn away from my wicked ways. Lord, give me the strength to break away and break free from the shackles of my flesh. Lord, I'm still struggling in sin, bro. Like, Lord, it's a true struggle, Lord, being like held down through my flesh. And I'm here to die daily. I know I'm here to die daily and crucify my flesh. Lord, please give me more strength to do so, and help me turn away and truly repent for my sins. And Lord, I ask you today, Lord, please bless this stream. Please give us a very fun, action-packed time. Lord, give us lots of laughter, give us lots of hope, lots of ideas and entertainment and theories. Lord, please bless this stream so everyone who interacts with the stream can have a better day and come to find you, Lord. And finally, Lord, I ask that you please protect every single person that's watching this stream, every single person that comes to the stream later on throughout the day. Lord, I ask that you please show up there for them. Please fill them with hope, give them a holy kiss, fill them with love, Fill them with perseverance. Please help them establish each and every one of their steps. Lord, please guide them to you. Lord, please help them through all of their struggles in life. Please help them through their depression, their sicknesses, their financial struggles, their relationship problems, their family. Lord, I ask that you please hug them, kiss them, let them know that you are the truth, and let them know that you are the way and the truth and the life. And Lord, I will continue to honor you. I will continue to glorify you. I will continue spreading the good news. I am not ashamed of the gospel, and I will continue being a lion for you, Christ. I'll continue walking in the way that you need me to walk, and let not my will be done, but your will be done, Lord. In Jesus' name we pray, amen. Now it is peak time. Now it is time. You see how rejuvenating that is, man? Just it's like an adrenaline rush, bro. It's an adrenaline rush. Now we're here to enjoy One Piece 1136, the country that awaits the sun. Oni Child Yamato and the Holy Inari Shrine Pilgrimage Volume 22, a mysterious hidden base in Udon. Amen, chat. Amen. I'm the real Holy Knight. I'm the real Holy Knight. I mean, in a way, yeah, I gotta be a Holy Knight, right? But at the same time, I don't know, man. I can't serve the Celestial Dragons, bro. I'm not bending the knee to the Celestials like your boy Lucci or your boy Green Bull. Guys, let's get a final rating on this cover story. If you guys had to rate this cover story right now, 1 to 10, what would you give this cover story? I want to see how many people in this chat are true Oda angels. Dawn of Ascension, give me an answer. Eric Hernandez, give me an answer. JJ, give me an answer. I want to see how many Oda angels there are. Rate this cover story, bro. What's good, Karu? What's good for fun? How you doing for fun? This cover story, the Yamato, Oni Child Yamato, and the Holy Inari Shrine Pilgrimage. Bro, this is why, bro, you know it's not a 6. You know this cover story is like a 2, bro. Bro, be real. You do not care about this cover story. You are not having conversations about this cover story. You are not making theories about this cover story. You couldn't care less about this cover story. But because you're an Oda angel, and that would therefore mean that everything Oda has done and will ever do and has ever done has to be peak and amazing, you're going to overrate this cover story. Hey, listen, I'm bringing war to the Oda angels, bro. As a true One Piece lover, as a true One Piece believer, I am waging war on Oda angels. Saint Evil, 2.9 out of 10. JJ said 3.2. The whole cover story 3. But the page is interesting. Listen, let Oda send the Blackbeard Pirates to Wano in this cover story. Hey, I'll give this cover story a 10 out of 10. Yo, I'll do it. Send the Blackbeard Pirates to Wano, just like how in the previous cover story you had them sent to Whole Cake. Hey, I'll forgive them. Why is everyone doing points? So, bro, JJ said it's a 3.2 out of 10. Nomad says it's a 2.1. Vincent says it's a 2.9. Is that what we're doing now? Are you guys going to be rating this chapter? Oh, yeah, I read 1136. I rated it a 9.2. Yeah, I rated it a 9.48. All right, let's get it. Let's get it, boys. 6.9. Nice. All right, guys, here we are. It's so tasty. Pause. Pause, Luffy. Luffy eating on that meat, talking about how it's tasty. This moose reminds me of dinosaur meat. Even the meat is huge. All right, we're already starting. We're already starting with this sus energy from Ichiro Oda. Even the meat is huge. Listen, pause. I don't even want to get into that, literally, but whatever. They're talking about food. Guys, get your mind out the gutter. Stop being sick and nasty. You little devils in the chat. They're talking about food, okay? They're talking about food. Thought you was talking about me, bro. Eric, shut your goofy up. Man said, I thought you was talking about me. Why? Because it said even the meat is huge? Yo, Eric, mods, get this dude out of here, bro. Mods, smoke this man's pack. Sway shocks. Go ahead and shock Eric Hernandez out of this chat, dude. What do you mean I started it? Chat, did I start it? I started it. I started it, bro. It wasn't me. It was Motu. It was Motu who started it. What do you mean, yes? All right, we're already, see, I already see how this stream's gonna go. They're quite tricky to catch, as ferocious as they are delicious. I appreciate Hyrudin, Stanzin, D Gaga. Glad you like it. No task is too great if it's for one savior. Oh, for one savior. That boy Luffy, Nika, Joyboy, the savior. Hey, I still think someone's gonna wreck this party, man. Something's gonna go wrong in this party. Something is going to go wrong in this party. The cover is a clue to Nika's appearance. This? How? Johan, you gotta cook on that. Hey guys, you know what we do? One's for yes, two for no. If I ever ask you guys something in the chat, I need answers, okay? Do we see something going wrong in the middle of this party? Do you see something going wrong in the middle of this party? Someone starts fighting, a fight breaks out, someone interrupts, the party gets wrecked. Do we see this party getting interrupted? Something's gonna happen, especially since the Straw Hats are split. The Straw Hats are split right now, are they not? Not all the Straw Hats are here at this party. Isn't Chopper, Usopp, I think Robin, aren't they at the library? And now Luffy, Nami, and Zoro are going to Loki. Hey, there's some fishy stuff going on. I don't think this party is gonna go smooth. Something's gonna happen. Loki's gonna break out. He's gonna fight, like something, man. I can't necessarily say for certain what will wreck this party or throw it off course. I would probably lean towards Loki. Loki gets freed. He comes to the party, wrecks the party, something like that. But something. Don't listen to them. They want to play with you. They are teasing. We off to a gaslighting start. You did, TBH, bro. JJ, you're supposed to have my back, man. It's how us creators are supposed to be biased, man. One, the Giants and the others are trying to free Loki. Yeah, I think it'll probably be something Loki related. I think only Sanji, Brook, and Jinbei are the ones at the party. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Chopper. Someone fact check this. Chopper, Usopp, and Robin, are they not the ones that are at the library? Okay, so then it's Nami, Luffy, and Zoro that are also going to be away from the party. They're going to be dealing with the key, right? I'll never lie to you, bro. All right, next chat or next point. It's rare. Guys, we're still having problems with this monitor. It's rare for humans to make it all the way to the Sun Realm. Most confuse the underworld for Elbaf proper and flee before they find their way up there. I guess their way up here. So guys, just to confirm, the second level is the Sun Realm, right? And then the highest realm, the realm above that, is like the heavenly realm, like the godly realm. Just to clarify, right? There's the underworld, then there's the Sun Realm, then there's the heavenly realm. Can anyone confirm? I'm pretty sure that's the setting. One. Thank you, Vincent, for the answer. V-Swan and Jordan. For the party to be interrupted, the Romance Dawn Trio and Road, Loki, and the Holy Knights. Dude, that's a lot of people. Wait. The Romance Dawn Trio and Road, Loki, and Holy Knights accidentally take the fight to the Sun Realm. I mean, I don't think that's unlikely. I mean, one way or another, this party's going to get wrecked. All right, next page. Listen up. The mighty Oars was a warrior legendary even to you giants. He'd tower over any of you 3 times over. And guess who finally finished him? That's right. It was me, bro. Usopp.
Oh my god, bro.
Whoa, way to go, Usopp. Bro, this man Usopp is a capital L. Why are you capping, bro? Why are you lying? Why are you lying? You're lying, dude. You're lying. It was Luke. Is this what's going to happen at the end of the arc? Luffy's going to save Elbaf. He's going to liberate Elbaf. And then Usopp's going to take credit for him. And then people are going to think that Usopp is the sun god. Yo, see, hey, we don't respect Usopp in this stream, bro. This is why he could never be the vice captain. You know who is the vice captain, though? You know who is the vice captain, though? Hey, what's understood doesn't need to be said. We know who the vice captain of the crew is. That's why he's the king, Soga King. He's not lying for once. He's not giving the Straw Hats more credit. Bro, it was Luffy, man. Let's just, look, put the jokes to the side, put the comedy to the side, put the bias to the side. Luffy took down Oars, the sun god, okay? Not Usopp. Wow, your skin really is blue. You should see Fishman Island. There's as many skin tones as there are fish in the sea. I've always wanted to see a mermaid. No shame in that. They're all bright. They're a sight to behold. Mermaid Cove is more exciting than heaven itself. Blasphemy. Whoa, that said, my heart soars just as much as when I see giant ladies. Yeah, of course we get the typical Sanji simp
Oh my god.
behaviors. More Sanji nosebleeds. Sanji simping. He's not even looking, he's just imagining. Bro, I'm done with Sanji. I'm done with him. I'm sick of this guy, bro. Get this man out the crew, bro. Kick him out the crew, Luffy. Oh, Sanji-kun, you're so silly. It's cute. Yo, this is a Christmas miracle that someone thought Sanji was cute, man. What do you mean let him cook? Dalfaro, do not let this man cook. Remove him. What's good, Bandit? What's good, brother? How you doing, man? These last few arcs made Sanji drop down the list of straw hats for me. Yo, ever since Fishman Island, it's just been downhill for this man. Like, yeah, Sanji has Whole Cake Island. Yeah, Sanji has the Whole Cake arc. Bro, minus that, it crumbles. And I guess that is kind of unfair. Like, don't get me wrong. If I say like, yeah, minus this really important thing, this thing sucks. That seems a little unfair, don't get me wrong. But I don't know, man. This dude Sanji just can't catch a break. Give this man cave diving gear. Yo, you are one sick puppy, bro. Woohoo! Beauty's everywhere. Look, I'm getting buried in babes. And what are you? Who, me? I can answer with my own blues. My what the heck am I, Diddy? Yeah, Diddy. Hey, Diddy? He said Diddy, bro. Oda, why are you naming Diddy? After everything we just saw in 2024, you're gonna name Diddy? Brooke literally says, I can answer with my own blues. My what the heck am I, Diddy? What is he trying to tell us? What is Oda trying to tell us here? I guess it's a big, wide world out there. Let's toast to it. I'm surprised so many giants have never gone out to sea. Yeah. I kind of assumed they were all pirates. Yeah, her. Bro, he is so ugly. Nami Tasso, I want to apologize to you and this other straw hat about before. Yo, this man Loki, or not Loki, Road is so ugly. Lost the translation? Nah, bro. Oda knew what he was doing, man. TCB knew what they were doing. No, man. Oda knew what he was doing, bro. Brook is an old man who uses old terms. Let him slide. Guys, are we going to let Brook slide with that one? Naming Diddy in our sacred manga. Are we going to let that slide? Sanji now has competition with Road. I don't know, man. At least Sanji looks more presentable than Road. This guy, he's looking rough. He ain't gonna be forgiven that easily, but beating a proper apology out of him was the least we could do. Gerd Tasso's sadistic side really makes my heart flutter. Don't sweat it. It's not like anyone died. Oh, Zoro said that. Don't sweat it. It's not like anyone died. Although that's only because Usopp stops me. Ooh, that boy Zoro. Ooh. He said, yo, don't sweat it. It's not like anyone died. Although that's only because Usopp stops me. Ooh. Yo, that man Zoro was ready to catch a body. See, that's a real vice captain right there, bro. How can you deny that this man is a true, thick and thorough vice captain? This is a real young king right here, bro. Door handle, welcome back, bro. God bless you, brother. Look at our man Zoro. He said, "Yo, you're lucky Usopp stopped me because I was about to smoke your pack." You understand me? I was about to smoke your pack. If he didn't, it would have been your head. Look at all. This is my vice captain right here. Look at this man. Look at this man. Look at this dude, bro. Look at this man, Zoro. Oh, bro, Zoro is the coldest character, man. Yo, this dude Sanji is like over here to the side, simping, nose bleeding, thirsting after the women, right? Oh, women, girls. Then we got Zoro over here, a real alpha male, a real Sigma, a real Chad. Look at this guy. Oh, bro. Yo, come on. We just went from Sanji simping as usual to Zoro with the cold one-liners. Look at this. Look at this dude. This is my vice captain, bro. This is my world's strongest swordsman right here. Zoro, 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 Zoro. This is why we say his name 100,000 times. We can match, brother. Although I do need to quit, man. I need to not be shackled to my flesh. 100K, let's get it. Hey, JJ, who is a better character? Who, if you had to look at everything about them, who is better? Sanji or Zoro? Like, if you took everything into account, their character design, their attacks, their personality, if you took everything into account, who is better? Zoro or Sanji? I say Zoro. Does that surprise you guys? Are you guys surprised? Listen, Zoro doesn't need a depressing backstory to be good. What's good, L? With the 5. God bless you, bro. L says, can someone translate for me? I couldn't understand evil with Zoro's dick in his mouth.
Oh my god, bro. Oh, man. What the fuck, man? Get your ass.
You, as a mere peasant, are you going to speak to me, a Zoro believer like that? See? L, this is exactly why you're losing your mod right now. You're losing it. And why are there 6 likes on the super chat? 5 likes on the super chat. Really? You guys are like, really? You guys are like lucky I can't see who liked this super chat. He said, can someone translate for me? I couldn't understand evil with Zoro's D in his mouth. And you guys liked that super chat. Really? You guys read that, laughed at it, and liked it? 7 likes? Bro. My chat is scum. I have the scummiest chat, bro. Scum, bro. Crabs in a barrel trying to defend Sanji. Hey, Al, bro. Thank you, brother. He said Zoro is better, but Sanji isn't worthless. Listen, L, you know I agree, but I can't break out a character. Door handle, how you doing, bro? I'm laughing hard AF like Godfrey. Godfrey from Game of Thrones? He's obsessed with Zoro because he wants to be like him. Next, evil will have an obsession with Luffy. Nah, bro. Zoro, hey, you know what? I'm not even gonna say anything. People are gonna be pissed, bro. I'm not even gonna respond to that. Alright, let's focus. Focus on the chapter. Wah! Da ha 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 ha! Rodo! Ga 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 ga! Don't tell me you picked a fight without checking their current bounties. You never stood a chance. Yeah, this dude Road stood no chance. And yes, Law is one of the greatest, hands down the greatest characters in the entire story. Complete, amazing, stellar backstory. I'm talking, you're gonna cry when you see what happened to his sister and his family. You're gonna cry when you see how he had a disease, how he was pulled in by the Don Quixotes, how Corazon turned his back on his own brother for the sake of Law, how Doflamingo and Law's relationship was. Law is one of the greatest characters. Turned around and carried the Straw Hats through the majority of post time skip. Saved Luffy's life at Marineford. The sickest devil fruit ever. Cares about the poneglyphs. Wants to learn about the checkered fate. Law is one of the greatest characters in any manga I've ever read. No joke. No joke. Law is one of the greatest characters I've ever read in any story ever, period. By the way, guys, I started reading Kingdom. I don't know how I feel about it. I feel like it's kind of fast. Somehow, I'm already in like chapter 80 something. I feel like I haven't been reading it that much and I'm already in the 80s. I don't know how I feel about it. It's pretty good. Does anyone here read Kingdom? I'm early in, like chapter 80 something. I went through the Wei War, right? Where they fought the Wei army. It was pretty good. I don't think in the early stages that Kingdom is like peak or anything. Like it's all right. Does Kingdom get better? Does anyone in this chat even read Kingdom? Oda gave him great character development, of course. No, the comedian Joffrey Godfrey. Oh, is he the black guy? I think he's like a black comedian. I think he usually gets like a taper fade. Yeah, Law carried the Straw Hats in post time skip. Majin Crow and Preach speak big on Kingdom. I mean, it must be getting better. It must get better. You know, and I mean, it would only make sense, right? Most manga isn't peak at the very beginning. You need to actually get into it because the beginning of a story, you know, the author, the mangaka is generally like putting in the foundation, you know, he's creating the structure for the story. That's like the beginning of most stories. So I guess it would make sense that like Kingdom wouldn't immediately be peak. But yeah, I'm reading Kingdom. I finished Liar Game. I don't know if anyone here has read Liar Game. That manga is complete fire. If you guys like Death Note, read Liar Game. I loved it, bro. And I've seen some negative reviews on Liar Game. Some people really hate that manga. Hey, that manga was fire, bro. I don't care. Akiyama, complete genius. I would say Akiyama from Liar Game is smarter than any One Piece character. It's not even close. If they put Akiyama from Liar Game in One Piece and gave him a devil fruit, bro would have been Pirate King by now. I think Foxy is the greatest underrated character. Hey, we can never underestimate the Foxy agenda. Yeah, I hear that the lasted chapter is on a high. Are you talking about Kingdom? Read Sakamoto Days. Is that the dude that used to be an assassin and now he's like a chef? I'm behind on Kingdom. Got to catch up. It gets better. It's peak. Law should have been a Straw Hat. I don't know, man. I kind of like the direction where Oda will have characters that are very devoted to the Straw Hats in a certain kind of light without necessarily being Nakama, you know? I enjoy that. Like, I don't think that, you know, every person that grows close to them and, you know, goes through these near-death experiences and stuff like that has to be a Nakama. You know, I think Oda should be going different directions sometimes where, you know, Bon Clay, right? Bon Clay was laying his life down for the Straw Hats, I guess you could say. But he was never actually a Nakama. You know, I don't think everyone needs to. It adds variety to the story, you know? Call in for Nakama? I can tell I'm slowly getting evil on board with the Foxy agenda. Hey, man, we've always been there, but the Foxy agenda will never surpass the Gaimon agenda. Hey, I'll give Foxy all his flowers, but he's never surpassing our man Gaimon. All right, let's continue, guys. Let's focus. Don't hold back next time. Tasso, she's so harsh. I can't get enough. See? This dude would submit to a woman. He would submit to Gerd. He would submit to Gerd and Ripley. He needs a dominatrix, bro. Yo, listen, I'm not dealing with a dominatrix. Never in a million years. Come on, everyone born here on Elbaf shares the same dream to become the next sun god and rule the world. Okay, now we're gonna get into some information. Now, guys, now we got all this junk in the beginning of the chapter out the way. Now it's time for some lore. Now we're gonna hear about Nika. Now we're gonna get the silhouette. Now we're gonna get some lore. Sun god? Are you kidding me? The sun god isn't a ruler. That's right. He's the god of liberation. More like destruction. You're wrong. Everyone knows he was the god of laughter. It's getting rowdy. What's this about a god? The sacred Harley text. Okay, Harley. Hey, as I said in the spoilers, let the spoilers call it Harley. Let the fan translations, TCB, OP scans, whoever, call it Harley. Let them say that. We need to read the official. Okay, guys? When the officials to 1136, when they release, we need to read the officials. Because this Harley thing could be completely absent or a completely different word, a completely different phrase in the official translations. What we need to do is when the full chapter comes out, like the actual official through Viz, Manga Plus usually posts the chapters for free, the actual translations. We need to take advantage of that and go look at what they call it in the officials, and then we can we'll take that word, we take that phrase, and look at what it correlates to in real life. We see this all the time where the fan translations will get something wrong, right? We need to get it exactly like how the officials word it, because we could look at this and the official translations call it something completely different, and then we've wasted our time, or we've been led astray to what the correct answer to this whole mess would be. So when the officials drop, if it calls the sacred text something else, different spelling, we want to look up how the officials worded it, how they spell it, look it up, see if it exists in real life, then compare it to One Piece. It's going to be very important that we need to do that, chat. We need to do that. We need to do that. Bruh, I hardly read the official. I'm one of those. Hey, listen, man. I don't know how else to say this, because you don't have to do anything, bro. You don't even have to read One Piece. You don't have to read the officials. You don't have to read the spoilers. You don't have to do anything. But I'm just saying, like, if you want to have the greatest understanding of the story, the best way to do it is to read these fan translations and the officials. And the reason why is because if you read the fan translations, you know, the TCB, the OP scans, the Ragnarok, if you read these fan translations, you get to sit on this chapter for a longer period of time. You get to let this chapter and all the new chapters marinate in your mind longer than if you only read on Sunday for the full translation, the official. But since you've read it and you get the main gist of the chapter earlier than that, then you're sitting on chapters for a longer period of time, unless I'm doing my math wrong. Moreover, when you turn around and end up reading the official translations, you're technically reading the chapter again. So you're further instilling the new information of One Piece into your brain even more, because you read the fan translations, maybe even multiple times, then you turned around and read it again through the official. Not only are you going to instill the information better by reading it again technically, but then you would also get the proper phrasing, the proper spelling, the proper wording, the proper names through the official translations. And that will give you the best grip on One Piece and the best understanding to therefore create great theories and great predictions. I would strongly suggest everyone to read the official translations, but you don't have to. Listen, you guys could ignore all of this advice. You guys don't have to do anything that I say. But if you want to make great theories and truly understand the story, I think you have to read the official translations. It's far too often where, like, you know, I'll read like 20 chapters in a row of the fan translations, then I'll do that with the official, and I get a completely different vibe. I get a completely different vibe when I look at the officials compared to the fan translations. Completely different. Now that's a problem, because if you read the fan translations and you get a certain vibe, but then you read the officials and you get a completely different vibe from that, one of them has to be right. the law of non-contradiction. Like if the fan translations contradict the official ones, one of them is wrong and one of them is right. Well, which one is it going to be? Are the officials going to be wrong and the fan translations are going to be right? I highly doubt that. Might reread the whole thing in the official, bro. You 100% should. I think I can guess what it is, and other people that might feel the same way regarding, like, I think I might reread. You guys, you guys probably think, oh man, I want to restart One Piece. I want to reread One Piece, but like, bro, it's gonna take so long, man. Like, we're on chapter 1136. That means, like, if I want to, yeah, I want to reread, but if I reread, I gotta start all the way from one. Bro, it's gonna take forever to catch up. Look, I got a few things to say about that, then we're gonna refocus on the chapter. Point number one, just because you start at the very beginning and you're trying to read to the current chapter does not mean you're gonna be suffering the whole time. Rereading the story is going to be beautiful. Getting to see the earlier origins of the Straw Hats and Luffy is going to be so fulfilling. You're going to remember and see all these things that you forgot and all these things you took for granted. You're going to see Marineford again. You're going to see Shabani again. You're going to see Skypiea again, the Nolan flashback. Not only are you going to be enjoying it, like, as you're reading it, but you're going to be seeing a lot of panels that you don't remember. Because One Piece, bro, with 1136 chapters, there are how many panels? Hundreds of thousands of panels. You can't possibly remember everything in One Piece. So you're going to be seeing fights you don't even remember. You're going to be seeing dialogue you don't even remember. It's going to be a beautiful, amazing experience. I would strongly suggest everyone to reread. You're going to be enjoying it the whole time. So that's the first thing. And the second thing is there's no rush to catch up. I promise you, bro, if you want to reread One Piece and you start all the way back at chapter 1, I promise you, you will catch up by the time One Piece ends. There is no rush to speed run through the story. I would strongly suggest everyone to reread. It is a beautiful experience. It is heavenly. It is amazing. If you guys see behind me right here, I got the entire One Piece manga paperback. If you guys have the opportunity to read the paperback, like read the physicals, I promise you, it will be the greatest experience. It'll be 100 times better than watching the anime, bro. There is nothing like actually holding the manga and actually flipping the pages and looking at the black and white and just knowing and understanding that a man sat there and drew what you're looking at. It is absolutely out of this world. But if you guys don't have that opportunity, whatever, just pay $2.99, pay $2.99 and read the official translations on Viz, or go find a website that has the official translations. Everyone, I promise you, bro, reread this story on official translations. It will your view on One Piece will turn upside down. It'll be one of the greatest things you could do. Beware the sun god. It's a nice day. Keep up the grind, lads. Hey, what's good, Wizdro? What's good, Kai? I only been reading the official on the Shonen app. Amazing. Good for you, Kai. I'm glad to see that, bro. And you guys that read the official translations, please testify. If you guys believe I'm speaking the truth, co-sign this. Don't just sit there in silence. Be like, yeah, he's right. Or if you think I'm wrong and you read the official translations, call me out. Because you guys, you know it's true, bro. When you read through the official, you compare it to the fan translations for a long enough time, you get to understand, like, whoa, wait, this was different. That was different. This feels different. That feels different. You start picking up on it. Door handle with a 2. Thank you, brother. God bless, man. He said, I bought my first volume a few days ago. I caved. Yo, I hope you enjoy the journey, man. It is truly, 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 truly amazing. Like, yeah, we're in 1136, man. I get it, bro. I get it. We know about Emu a little bit. He's a character. We've seen the Gorosei. We made it past Egghead. We made Vega. We saw Vegapunk. We're in Alabama. Bro, I get it. I get it. We're really far in the story. But when you go back to the very beginning, it just still feels so magical. I don't care how much you remember about early One Piece. I don't care. I remember early One Piece, and still when I go back and I reread early One Piece pre-time skip, the hairs on the back of my neck are standing up. I have goosebumps. It feels so magical, bro. I don't know what it is about pre-time skip One Piece. It is so magical, bro. It is so out of this world, especially door handle. And when you hold the physical and you just think about it, bro, you're just holding the physical and you're thinking like, bro, there was a man, there exists a man that was sitting down and he actually drew what I'm looking at. All of this was in his brain and he translated it into real life and he drew what I'm looking at. He had this entire universe in his mind and he brought it to paper. It's a whole different feeling, man. You just have to experience it for yourself to see where I'm coming from. But door handle, I hope you enjoy it, man. You could look into if you guys want to get the One Piece manga in bulk, I would suggest looking on eBay. Look on eBay for One Piece box sets, okay? Don't look at Amazon. Don't do it. If you guys try to buy the One Piece box sets on Amazon, you are going to be taxed so hard, it's not even funny. You're gonna have to spend like 8 times the amount that you normally should. So go on eBay, look up One Piece box set. There's 4 box sets. 4 box sets. Each box set has I think it's 20 volumes. Each volume has 10 chapters. Definitely I would suggest getting the box sets. The One Piece read through is goated. It is goated, but door handle, thank you, bro. Let's continue with this chapter. Let's continue with this chapter. You want me to put on the Dofi shades? I mean, I gotta save the Dofi shades for what's good, Oakley? Welcome back. I gotta save these for the Shanks appearance here in a few chapters. The sacred Harley texts have been passed down for generations in Elbaf. The legends are written in an archaic language. Let me restart that. The sacred Harley texts have been passed down for generations in Elbaf. The legends are written in an archaic language, so there have been countless interpretations. No one can say for sure which translation is accurate, and this is the result. According to the Harley texts, the world has already been destroyed twice before. And the name of sun god Nika is invoked after each instance. Just like the Bible. Just like the Holy Bible. Just like I can't talk about the Holy Bible with the Dofi shades on. Hey. You know why? You know why? You know why? Because this is God breathed. This is God breathed. This is the truth. This is the answer. If you want to know how to find salvation, here it is. It's right here, baby. Look no further. I need a hardback. I mean, I like it. It's not bad. Because I was trying to figure out, should I get a hardback or not? I didn't want something too heavy. I want something that I could have, like if I want to bring it somewhere, you know, like a daily carry. But I prefer, guys, which Bible translation do you guys prefer? I prefer the NASB 1995. I know everyone loves the KJV, right? Everyone loves King James. But I don't know, I have trouble with the King James translation, man. I'll try to read King James and I cannot understand what it's saying. Like the language is too archaic, you know? In the King James translation, it's just, we don't use those words in English anymore. It's just so difficult to understand what I'm even reading. And we got Wizdro with the membership, brother. Thank you. Wizdro. That's actually like a cool name, Wizdro. Thank you so much, bro. God bless you, bro. May God in Christ protect you and guide and establish each one of your footsteps and give you inner peace, resilience, strength, courage, and bravery and leadership. Thank you so much. God bless you, Wizdro. Thank you, bro. Welcome to the gang, man. Just got an Orthodox study Bible today. Can't wait to start it. Hey, I'm happy for you, man, because, hey, Schofield Bible, hell no. No, 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 no. Nobody go to the Schofield Bible. Please, I beg of you, read anything except that one. But hey, Simon, I'm happy for you, bro, because you know what? When it comes to Catholicism and Orthodoxy, they're agreeing on 99% of things, right? The only things that there's going to be really a difference on is what? Papal authority, the filioque. I can never pronounce it right. And then, minor interpretations here and there. For the most part, Orthodox, Catholicism, it's brothers in Christ, truly. But outside of that, I'm not really a fan of groups outside of that. I believe in apostolic succession. I believe that it's very, very clear. The Catholic Church and the Orthodox Church is traced back to the apostles. I think you should understand that, right? I think everyone should know that. We know that Jesus said the gates of Hades would never prevail against the church. The church isn't supposed to defect. So with that being said, what does that mean for the Protestant Reformation? I don't know. Hey, I'm just saying. The Jefferson Bible. Mr. 3, yo, I'm not Mr. 3. End it. Stop right there. Which Bible is the OG or best or the true Bible? Well, it just feels weird to say like which Bible is true, like which one is real, because it's just translations, right? But I guess in a sense, like a Protestant Bible doesn't have as many books as the Catholic Bible. And there's arguments to be made that the Protestant Bible removed books. When you look at people like Martin Luther, he would try to push certain beliefs. He had like certain agendas. And when he would be called a heretic and proven wrong through certain books in the Bible, he would then try to champion the idea of removing that book. Because if he could remove that book from the Bible, then his agenda would be true. So I am not a fan of Protestantism at all. I don't think we should have infighting, right? I think we all need to be brothers and sisters in Christ. That's the most important thing. Do you believe that Christ died on the cross under Pontius Pilate, was resurrected on the third day, and he died for your sins? That's the core. Like, do you believe that? As long as you go for that, like, hey, we're good. But once people try to start picking fights, and they're trying to say like the Catholic Church is wrong and it's corrupted, I think then the problems begin there, because that's just silly. It makes no sense. When you look at the early church fathers, right? Look at Tertullian, look at Ignatius, look at Justin Martyr. You would necessarily be saying that all of the early church fathers, all of them, they were all wrong. That makes no sense. And you would necessarily be saying that Jesus lied, which is that's probably not a good idea. There was an event called the Council of Trent where the church chose the books of modern day Bibles. Yup, it's 100% true. Tay, what's good, brother? How you doing, brother? Glad to see you, man. How you doing, bro? Man divides, God unifies. He will unite us all in his time. He sent us his spirit to aid us along the way, bro. 100%. 100%, Oakley. Man divides, God unifies. See, it was so important. We read through the Bible. We were all meant to be one under Christ. We were meant to be one people. Just as Jesus said, let my servants and my disciples, I might be butchering this, but let my disciples be one under me as I am one with you, Father. Right? We were supposed to be one. But we know how Martin Luther came and he said, nah, we don't need to be one. He sowed division. And once Martin Luther did that, now what happens? Now no Protestants can agree on anything. There's a million Protestant denominations, heresies everywhere. Like, bro, that should have never happened. That should have never happened. So when people say that Martin Luther is from the depths and the pit of hell, I understand where they're coming from. Check IDM's door handles idea. Thank you, L, for the 2, bro. Thank you, bro. Let me check. Just want a divorce? I think it was more than that. Have you heard of our Yo, hold on, guys. We're getting off topic. Let me just show this picture and we're gonna get back to the chapter. Guys, look at this. Look at what L made. Yo, do you guys see this? Do you guys see this? L said that this was Door Handle's idea. Look at this, bro. I'm Kuma. Bartholomew Evil. Have you heard of our Savior, Lord Jesus Christ, with the Bible? No, not Martin Luther King. Martin Luther. Not Martin Luther King. I guess is he considered like a revolutionary black man, Martin Luther King? Not him, Martin Luther, the heretic. What kind of story do you guys think the Kuma Bible has? Probably creation story. At least, right? The creation story. Adam and Eve. How could you see it's a devil agenda when they're trying to make Adam and Eve Adam and Steve? Been lied to all their life. Now they want me to call husband and wife. Want me to use exact pronouns, even if it's cat. How that sound? Nowadays they say doctors made a mistake when they say you're a boy or a girl. Probably apostles of Nika. Yo, come on, Nika's apostles, bro. That would be so fire. But it's crazy because like Bartholomew Kuma, right? Let me reword it. We know Jesus had an apostle, he had a disciple named Bartholomew, and bro was crucified. Well, I don't think he was crucified, he was martyred. Was he crucified specifically? But either way, this man Jesus literally had a disciple named Bartholomew who was a martyr for Jesus. Now you mean to tell me One Piece has a character named Kuma walking around with a Bible? Oh, come on, bro. Come on, bro. Like, see, the amount of biblical connections to One Piece is just out of this world. It has the whole Nika journey. I like that. For the new year 2025, thanks, my brother in Christ. Amen to you having the light of Christ inside you. Because you prayed for me. Definitely got to me. Hey, no problem, Tay. I'm glad to hear that. We all should pray for each other. The Bible says to pray without ceasing. Pray without ceasing. I'll continue praying for you and your family and your loved ones, Tay. I always pray for the chat. You know, I think it's important. We send our requests to God. He hears us. God is outside of time. So God doesn't see our prayers like how we would imagine. We're in time, you know? He not only is he outside of time, he knows the future. So I think it's very important that we pray for each other. Unlike Eli, he said he prays on downfalls. Praying on my downfall, bro. So like Christianity in One Piece exists or maybe related to Nika, taking into account consideration for his faith. Well, it's kind of weird if we would say that Christianity in One Piece exists, because I don't necessarily think that like there will be a guy named Jesus Christ, you know? I think Oda's creating like the truth of the One Piece world inspired by real life Christianity. So like Oda has these characters in One Piece that think Nika wasn't actually a person. He didn't, or even Joy Boy, he didn't actually exist. No, he actually did exist. Just like how some people, even though like, you know, they're kind of silly, they might think that Jesus never existed, which is just like, that's just a stupid argument. Every historian will tell you that there was a man named Jesus who died on a cross under Pontius Pilate. The question is, was he God or not? But anyways, I think that One Piece has this truth about it. It has this son of God, right? And it's heavily inspired by Christianity. I mean, like, what do they call this son of God? They call him Nika. What do we see in Christianity? ICXC Nika. That means Jesus Christ conquers. Like, that's just point blank obvious, right? Then you have the Bible, you have the prayers, you have, oh, he will return. It's just, it's so obvious. You have the constant crucifixes, people getting crucified. Look at Yasui. It just feels so abundantly clear that Adam and Eve tree, the Noah's Ark. Like, could it be any more obvious, you know? Alexander Stiff with the 2. Thank you, bro. All English translations come from the Greek Bible. Um, I mean, it's you might be saying the same thing. As far as I understand, our New Testament is like one to one, basically, with ancient Greek manuscripts, ancient Hebrew manuscripts. You know, every time we find a new copy, every time we find like a new papyrus, right? Our modern translations are pretty much one to one with those ancient manuscripts. Like we have like the oldest, like super old ancient manuscripts for the book of Isaiah, and it's exactly what we see in modern day Bibles. It is like the exact same thing. Now I'm not entirely sure if you're saying the same thing, but correct me if I'm misunderstanding you, Alexander. Has anyone seen any Muslim references in One Piece? Nah, I haven't. I haven't. I brought this up before. I haven't seen any Islamic inspiration in One Piece. And I mean, that's probably because Muhammad came 600 years after Jesus. And I mean, like, look at the Quran, right? It talks about like the creation story, even though it's a little different. It talks about Cain and Abel, but the Quran doesn't even say Cain and Abel. It just says son and brother. Like they don't even get named. The Quran also talks about how, you know, there was the plagues of Egypt, but then it skips the Passover because if they talk about the Passover, then that points to Jesus Christ. Like you'll see a lot of it talks about Moses. Obviously, you see how the Quran, Islam piggybacks off of the Jews and Christians tremendously, right? So if you did see something in One Piece, like let's say there was something related to Moses in One Piece, I think most people aren't going to say, hey, that's Islamic inspiration because Moses is in the Quran. Most people probably wouldn't say that. They'd say, hey, that is Christian or Jewish religion inspiration because that's where it originated from, right? And I mean, the Quran literally tells you if you don't trust what the Quran says, to go check the people of the book. That people of the book is Jews and Christians. It literally tells you that. So Alabasta, I don't know. I always got the let me know what you guys think. When we talk about Alabasta, I always thought that that was like leaning towards Egypt, you know, which I guess you could then try to tie to Islam somehow, but I just kind of got like, you know, Egypt, pharaohs, pyramids, stuff like that. Hey Irfan, what's good, bro? Noah's ship is Muslim reference to Prophet Noah. Noah's ship? You mean Noah's Ark? Yo, Noah's Ark was far before the Quran. See, like this is exactly what I mean. If you try to say that like a lot of things in One Piece originate from Islam, like Oda's using Islam in One Piece, we know, come on, dude, come on, let's be real. We know that it was in the Torah and the Gospels far before the Quran. The oldest manuscripts of the Quran is way after Muhammad died. So it is what, almost 1,000-year gap? That's why Islam has no standing. They deny the crucifixion. Yeah, I mean, atheists who do not believe in God, they don't even believe in religion. They're just here to be historians. They will tell you, bro, there's far too much evidence that there was a man named Jesus who was crucified. You know, you have letters from all of these pagans. You have letters, Pontius Pilate. You have all these non-Christians, these non-Jews that told you there was a guy that was crucified named Jesus. But for some reason, you know, there's this other group of people that's like, no, actually it was someone that was made to look like him. Which that just like blows my mind because you're telling me that his own mom thought it was him, but it was someone else. Wait, so Mary was at the cross. Let me get this straight. Mary's at the cross with John. John was traveling everywhere with Jesus. They're at the cross. They're at the crucifix. They're looking at Jesus. They're listening to him. They're looking at him. And they thought it was him, but it wasn't actually him. That just sounds like a really weak conspiracy theory. Like, I'm telling you, the atheists won't even agree with you, and they don't even believe in God. But anyways, chat, we're going off topic. Let's try to be more narrow. Let's try to be more focused. Let's continue. Where did we even leave off? Okay, we left off over here. Okay, so we left off with the sun god Nika being invoked after each instance. Okay, so what I wanted to ask, chat, what I wanted to ask What if the story of Jesus was also the same in other planets? Do other aliens or other alien planets have religion? That's too much of a loaded question because that assumes that aliens exist. And don't get me wrong, the universe is absolutely gigantic. Like, yeah, you could make a reasonable argument or make the argument seem like it's reasonable that life exists elsewhere. The universe is absolutely gigantic. How could it possibly be the case that other life doesn't exist? Bro, I completely understand that, but at the same time, we have no proof. Here, let's focus, guys. Let's focus. And I want to respond to that more, but let's focus on the story. What I wanted to ask you guys earlier, chat, do we believe that this is true? Yes or no? Answer with a 1 for yes, 2 for no. Do we believe that the One Piece planet was destroyed twice before? Do we believe that the One Piece planet was destroyed twice before? 1 for yes, 2 for no. Do we think that? Because they literally just said that it was written in an archaic language, and there's been countless interpretations. Like, it seems like, what's good, Soul? It seems like they're trying to tell you, hey, we're not sure what the legend is, but the world was destroyed twice. Shouldn't you question if this is true? Or are you guys interpreting it where it's like, yeah, don't get me wrong, the ancient texts about Nika and the world, like, yeah, there's a lot of interpretations, but there is one thing we can say for sure, and that's the world was destroyed twice. Do you guys think of it like that? Because I could see either one. One angle is like, no, I don't think the world was destroyed twice. I don't think that's true, because you literally just said there's countless interpretations and it's in an archaic language. So how do I know that's true? But then the other angle can argue, well, no, don't get me wrong. There's a lot of confusing interpretations, but if there's anything we know that it was destroyed twice. What do you guys think, chat? Let me know what you guys think. What does invoked mean? I don't comprehend in reading manner. So I think this is one of those things, again, we should wait for the official translation. But the way that I interpret it is that, okay, well, let's read the panel again, right? No one can say for sure which translation is accurate, and this is the result. According to the Harley text, the world has already been destroyed twice before, and the name of Sun God Nika is invoked after each existence. Or each instance. So the way it's worded is like the name of Nika was invoked. It makes it seem like they said the name, right? Like the world was destroyed and they said, like, if you invoke my name, you're probably saying my name, right? But I don't think that's what he's actually saying. What I think he's saying is that Nika was involved. They invoked Nika. And like, for an example, to bring it back to Christianity, right? Like when you invoke the name of Jesus or invoke the Father, Son, Holy Spirit, it's them acting, you're requesting them, you're calling upon them, they're here, they're present. I think how this is what this is trying to say, what their proper interpretation is, at least for this translation, the fan translations, is that Nika was involved. Like the name of Nika was invoked, like it was called. Nika was called in, he appeared, like he did work, that's how I'm interpreting it. But let me know what you guys think. No, it was actually 3 times. So that's interesting, Eli, because if we're gonna have a final war of One Piece with the world government, Emu, the admirals, the Revolutionary Army, when literally the whole globe is gonna have a world war, that could inspire the third world destruction. Oh, you know what? When they say the world has been destroyed twice before, maybe that's because it's a world war. The world was destroyed twice before. Wait. So a world war? And now Luffy's gonna bring World War 3? Luffy bringing World War 3? Yeah, you guys want to know how the world was destroyed twice before? It was a world war. What do they call the void century in the official translations? The 100-year war. That's what they call it in the official translations. The 100-year war. Yeah, a world war that spanned for 100 years. Yeah, it makes sense that destroyed the world, right? So this is gonna be, oh, bro, chat. Let him cook now. Hey, are we cooking? Are we cooking? Bro, and this is, oh, bro, I bet you that Second World War was the void century, bro. I bet you that second war, like when they say the world's been destroyed twice before, that second time before was the void century. And that's why we always compare the void century in One Piece to World War II. Oh. Yo, this is the agenda. This is the agenda. Luffy and the Revs are bringing in World War III. They're taking down the centralized banks. You know what's crazy? World War II invoked centralized banking to an absolute maximum. It invoked the United Nations, bro. The worldwide government. The United Nations, the UN, with all of these countries involved. You got the Reverie, where all these world leaders meet every few years, exactly like the UN Assembly. Hey, stocks are going up, guys. Stocks are going up. Where's my, let me pull up that theory, bro. Let me pull up that theory. I posted it months ago on Twitter for you guys. One Piece taking inspiration from the United Nations. Let's see if I can find it. Man, it was such a long time ago, bro. Where was it? Guys, it was a whole. Is it this? I think this is part of it. Hold on, I really need to show you guys this. I need to show you guys this because World War II is gonna inspire the Void Century. Let me see. Where is it, man? Where is it? I made a whole thread for this, bro. I made a whole thread for this, bro. Please, where is it? Please tell me I didn't lose it. Guys, World War II. Bro, where is it? Yo, Twitter censored it. I bet you Twitter censored it. They deleted the tweet. Come on, man. Where is it? Who remembers it? Can anyone find it? Oh, yeah, look at this, bro. The United States has a population of 333 million people. Israel has a population of 9.5 million people. So the United States is 30 times more populated than Israel, but the NIH estimates between 100,000 and 500,000 children per year are sexually assaulted in the USA. The Matsov Association estimates 100,000 children per year are sexually assaulted in Israel. So what would happen if we generally use the highest numbers for the USA and the lowest numbers for Israel? That would mean that Israeli citizens are 7 times more likely to blank a child than a US citizen. Makes you wonder. You don't hear about that on the news. But you know what you do hear on the news? Send more money to Israel. Oy vey, send more money. Don't you remember what happened in World War II? We need to send more shekels. Bro, where is it? Okay, I found it. Here we go. Oda's deep state conspiracy. The One Piece world government is a play on the real life's United Nations. Oda is exposing the real world through the lens of a pirate adventure, okay? 900 years ago, a huge war took place, eradicating an entire kingdom, and it was a 100-year war. In real life, that war devastated Japan and the planet and inspired and influenced anime culture. They also used nuclear technology at this time. The Void Century is World War II. Once the Void Century ended, the 20 nations who won came together to create the world government. Once World War II ended, nations came together to form the United Nations, the UN. The creation of the world government is the creation of the UN. The world government is made up of 170 nations from all around the One Piece planet. The UN is made up of 193 nations coming from all around the world. The world government is the UN in this way too. The world government has a military force that enacts decisions made by the world government. They are called Marines. The UN has a military force that acts upon the UN. The Marines is the UN military. The UN military. The world government and its nations meet together once every 4 years to discuss laws and international matters in a world meeting in one piece. But then in real life, the UN and its nations meet together once a year to discuss laws in a General Assembly. The One Piece Reverie is the the UN General Assembly. It is the exact same thing. The One Piece Reverie is the UN General Assembly. The Reverie is made up of countries' leaders, and as they represent themselves in the world government. The Reverie members are based on our real presidents from around the world. The General Assembly runs the same way. Reverie participants are UN leaders of the General Assembly. Look at this. From all around the world. It is the UN. The world government members even speak down on nations that aren't recognized and question if they even are a nation to begin with. This parallels the toxic nature within the UN who colonize territory they see fit. Every Reverie meeting, the speaker of the session changes to a new chairman. Every UN General Assembly, the speaker of the session changes to a new president. The Reverie chairman is the UN president. The strongest powers of the world government is 5 members, known as the Gorosei. The strongest powers of the UN are 5 permanent members, known as the Security Council. They hold more power and override other nations outside of themselves. The Gorosei is the UN Security Council. The 5 permanent members of the Gorosei represent different cultures and organizations. The 5 permanent members of the US Security Council represent United States, China, Russia, France, and United Kingdom. The Gorosei have a UN Security Council theme. It is highly likely that the Gorosei are based on the permanent members of the UN Security Council: Jupiter, USA, Najjuro, China, Valkyrie, Russia, Mars, United Kingdom, Saturn for France. If the world government has 170 nations, why does the flag have 5 circles? For the 5 strongest of the 170, the Gorosei. This plays off the fact that the UN has 5 Security Council members with the supreme levels of power that override other members of the UN. The room of authority that the Gorosei meet in might take inspiration from the chamber of the UN Security Council. If the Gorosei have that much power and yet bow to Imu, then it's Oda's belief that there is a power in the real world the UN Security Council answers to. There is a hidden power in the real world. Imu is the deep state. That's what it is, chat. World War II, when it comes to the Void Century that they call in the official translations the 100-year war that most likely destroyed the world, that caused a worldwide war, it was based off of World War II. They used nuclear technology just like Mother Flame and Uranus, and they created, in World War II, we see the spark of the UN. The UN was sparked up and brought up because of World War II. And you mean to tell me when the Void Century, the 100-year war ended, the world government just so happened to be formed? It was just a coincidence. And the world government in One Piece made up 170 nations. It just so happens to be like the UN that's made up of 193 nations. It's just a coincidence that the UN is led by 5 Security Council members. 5. But then it's just a coincidence that in One Piece, the world government is made up of 5 permanent members that have more power than anyone else. The One Piece world government is directly inspired by the real life UN. Straight up. End of story, bro. Emu equals him from the Powerpuff Girls. Oh, you're talking about the transvestite. Thank you, Dawn of Ascension. Mwah. That means Garling and Saturn come from the same nation. Yeah, so in terms of like oh, well, I think like Saturn was actually like China and then this guy was actually UK. Look, at the end of the day, the point still stands that the UN Security Council has 5 permanent members and they have more power than the other members of the UN Security Council. In the same way that the Gorosei, the world government, has 5 permanent members, having more power than anyone else. So even if you want to argue, oh, well, I don't think like these guys or these countries, it's still the same thing. That's neither here nor there. And I don't know why Twitter keeps doing this. But yeah, that's my take. It's my take. Oh, wait, the thread's not over, chat. I thought the thread was over. Hold on, we're still cooking.
Let him cook.
This thread's not over.
Let him cook now.
So we left off here. If the Gorosei have that much power, and yet bow to Emu, then it's Emu's belief, or I'm sorry, then it's Oda's belief that there's a power in the real world the UN Security Council answers to. There's a hidden power in the real world. Emu is the deep state. The control of the world government allows Emu to exercise extreme levels of dominance over the entire planet. Emu and the Gorosei have to spread propaganda, extinguish lights, and hidden the truth, all of which is what the deep state does. Emu created the New World Order. And through this NWO, New World Order, Emu will abuse authority within the world government, UN, by using weapons of mass destruction behind the rest of the world government's backs. So the world government, UN, is really just a puppet to the one true leader, Emu. If Mother Flame is being used now, and something similar was used in the past on Eni's lobby, this means that Vegapunk rediscovered a weapon of mass destruction. The United States was the one who used a weapon of mass destruction in the past, then formed the UN. Are you seeing the bigger picture now? Guys, are the puzzle pieces lining up in place? Are these connections being made? Are your guys' neurons firing off in your brain? If Mother Flame is being used now, and something similar was used in the past on Eni's lobby, this means that Vegapunk rediscovered a weapon of mass destruction. The United States was the one who used a weapon of mass destruction in the past, then formed the UN. Nuclear parallel. So basically, this is like if the UN was made and they never created laws regarding nuclear technology and nuclear warfare. So the strongest powers at hand, like the UN, would be gatekeeping and using this technology for warfare. Vegapunk, the whistleblowing defense contractor. United States needs a nuclear flame. We got multiple. Luffy and Dragon will enact a direct attack on the world government. This would be the deadliest war to date, as it topples the strongest organization. Not to mention, the world government has 170 nations to participate. Luffy and Dragon will start World War III. The end of the world government would influence the world to create regulations regarding weapons of mass destruction. This parallels the Treaty of the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, TPNW, bans the use, possession, testing, and transfer of nuclear weapons under international law. It's time to destroy the deep state. Shout out to Dawn of Ascension for this thread. So that's what we got, guys. And now we're seeing it. I forgot I made this thread, bro. I made this thread I made this thread back in May. Look at that. Back in May 2024. Back in May we made this. Now are we seeing it come to fruition? The world was destroyed twice. World War I, World War II, and now Luffy and Dragon are bringing World War III to topple the world government, to topple the UN. Emu is Oppenheimer? Nah, I think that boy Vegapunk is an Oppenheimer mixed with Albert Einstein. Emu is he's a satanic, evil Netanyahu that doesn't mind destroying people. Destroy the deep state. All right, guys, let's continue with the chapter. We went off topic. Guys, before we move on, before we move on with the chapter, did you guys enjoy the theory? Did you guys enjoy the cooking? Are we on this World War III agenda train? Let me know if you guys enjoyed the cooking. Drop some kind of yes, drop a fire, drop a skillet. Let me know if you enjoyed the cooking. If we cooked, I'm putting all my chips on the table to World War III, Luffy. The world was destroyed twice because of world wars. That's why the world was destroyed twice. And these guys have historical documents to talk about how the world was destroyed twice. And don't forget, I need you guys to remember, in the official translations, they said that the Void Century was a 100-year war. There is no debate that the Void Century was a war. And it had to have been a war on a global scale, a world war. Read this. We know that it is because Goldie Roger is a reference to the King of Austria. Killed. We all know that. Wait, do we know that? Wait, this man, Johan, said we all know that. Wait, I don't remember knowing that. Now I'm curious as to who Oda thinks Emu equates to. It has to be some person in the shadows that we don't know of. In the sense of like a political standpoint. But we all know that we all know who really runs the governments and the news and the media. Bro didn't want to read my super chat. My bad. L with the $2 super chat. I didn't even see it. I was probably going off, bro. I'm sorry. Emu with the $2 super chat. Or Emu. Ella with the $2 super chat. Thank you, bro. Emu was Hitler and Buccaneers were the Jews.
Oh my God, bro.
Listen, bro. I just have questions. You know? God, am I allowed to ask questions? Okay, one question that I have. One question that I have. Like, let's say, like, you had a room, right? Let's say you had a room. And in this room, like, there was a lot of fire and poison and chemicals. Would it make sense to, like, in the room to have a wooden door? Like, does that make sense? Because, like, if I had a room with, like, a lot of fire and there was chemicals everywhere and poison, I think it'd be pretty dangerous to make the door made out of wood. Well, but what do you guys think? Just let me know. Like, wouldn't you make the door out of metal? That's like one question that I have. Another question that I have is like, how would it be possible? Okay, like let's say you guys were running like a pizza shop, right? Let's say you guys had your own like family pizza shop. And someone told you, "Hey man, I need 6 million pizzas. I need 6 million pizzas, okay? You only have a few years, bro. You got like 4 or 5 years, bro. And you did all the math. And you figured out that, wait, in order for me to make those 6 million pizzas, I would need to do 2 pizzas every minute. Wouldn't you think that, like, hey, that's not even possible? Or would you guys think that you'd be able to pull it off? Like making a pizza, like 2 pizzas every minute. What do you think? I just want to know what you guys think. Like, would you be able to pull it off? I just have questions, bro. I just have questions. I just want to know. You know, and like, let's say like, at that pizza shop, someone was mad and they were like, hey man, you were baking pizzas, you were making pizzas, but they never had a contract to prove that you were making pizzas. They never had any contracts that said you own the restaurant, and they claimed you were making pizzas, but you were actually at home. And they tell everybody like, yeah, this man Simon, he was making pizzas, bro. He was making pizzas, but they could never prove it. They never had any document of you owning a pizzeria. You know, like I just, there's a lot of things that just doesn't make sense. And I think, it's kind of silly when we want to have a conversation like, hey, let's talk about like this pizzeria. Can we talk about it? And then people get mad and like, no, you better believe the pizzeria took place. 2 pizzas a second. It just, I don't know, bro. It's kind of weird, bro. I don't know, man. I don't know. And then like people saying that like, hey, you know what? They actually turned a pizza into soap. And then you're like, wait, they turned a pizza into soap? Wait, how does that work? And then they went and someone tried to produce the soap and they were like, here's the soap. I have soap. They turned the pizza into soap. They go and they do testing. They do DNA testing on the soap. And it wasn't even it wasn't even pizza DNA, it was pig DNA. Huh, so you lied. You liar. Okay, whatever. One more thing. Let's just say, hypothetical scenario, there was a girl, right? There was a girl, and she was really sad because she was at the pizzeria, and there was so many pizzas being made, and, you know, people claim that she wrote about it. She wrote about the pizzeria. But come to find out, her diary was written by a ballpoint pen. But back then, when you were running that pizzeria, ballpoint pens didn't exist. So now people get taken to court and they're like, hey, we need to talk about this. Because we're making movies, we're making books about this girl's journal at the pizzeria. But we're in court. Like, we need to prove this right now. The ballpoint pen didn't even exist, bro. It didn't exist yet for another 10 years. And the court decides that it was a forgery, and they actually figured out that she didn't even write it. And they actually figured out who it was, and he admitted that he faked it. I don't know, man. It's just, there's a lot of issues, it's a lot of problems, you know, especially when we want to live life and we're like, hey, everything the government says is a lie. They lie about everything. They lie, bro. We can't trust the politicians. We can't trust the president. We don't believe they're hiding UFOs. They lied about weapons of mass destruction. They lied about everything except that pizzeria. Yeah. Everything's a lie. Everything they tell us is a lie except the pizzeria. What's good? What's good, Jen Marks? How you doing? But anyways, chat. Hey, we pissed them off with this one. Pizza, no be. Oh boy. Hey, chat. Someone's gonna clip that, and they're gonna be real angry. Chat. They're gonna try to crucify your boy. Yeah, Ephesians 5:11, bro. I was sent not to do my will, but to fulfill the will of he who sent me. I'm here to expose darkness and corruption. I'm here to expose the lies, the darkness, the evil. Make no fellowship with darkness, but rather expose them. All right, guys. Anyways, wasn't that Law and Order episode? Actually, I think I might know what you're referring to. I don't know. I saw a clip of that like a while ago. I don't remember the exact context to get what you're saying. I think evil is hinting at opening a pizzeria. Yeah, that was what I was getting at, okay? Listen, it was just esoteric knowledge. You know, I'm gonna give you guys the truth. I'm actually thinking about having a pizzeria. You know, we're gonna make our own little Domino's. If you guys need a job, I'm gonna open up a pizzeria. I'm looking for some people to help run the restaurant. Wizdro said 3 out of 10 service, 6 out of 10 slice of cheese pizza. The guy behind the counter yapped a lot. Okay, let's continue. Who can say if he was the world's savior or the great destroyer who brought it crashing down? All we know for sure is that he heralds great change. That's why the rulers of the day always tend to fear Nika's return. Look, he's coming back, bro, just like how our boy Jesus is coming back. Yo, Jesus, please, bro. Do you see the wickedness going on in Israel? Israel is a land of sick, pedo, twisted, evil, nasty little creatures. Bro, please, just bring judgment down on Israel, Lord, please. Next, after you get done with Israel, Lord, I know I'm American, but please take out LA, bro. Just all of California, bro. Lord, turn it to Sodom. Turn it to dust. Look at what people like. Look at LA, bro. Lord, the blasphemy, the wickedness, the sick, disgusting nature of Los Angeles is evil. The most evil place on the entire planet, second to Israel. Lord, please turn LA to dust. Like, I don't want innocent people to die, but like, at least destroy the place. It is terrible. It is wicked. Lord, look at people like Adam 22. We need a purifying fire. Look at people like Adam 22 and other people defend it. Look at OnlyFans. Look at these parades that are based off of a mortal sin. I'm not wishing for death, bro. All I can say, bro, is please evacuate, man. Hey, I pray that people change their ways, Jordan. I pray that people change their ways. I can't, bro. this we live in the land of Babylon. We live in the land of wickedness, man. I can't deal with what we see in the US. People are out on the streets urinating on other people in kiddie pools. You got people topless walking the streets. They got their junk out. Their entire personality is who they enjoy having sex with. Listen, this country is so backwards, bro. God, honestly, if you destroy me and my land, I don't even blame you. That's why I got to get out of here. Where you at? I'm East Coast. I'm East Coast. The Lord said, "Revenge is mine." So revenge is not if it's wait. The Lord said, "Revenge is mine." So revenge is not a if, it's a when. Yeah. It is Lord's. It is the Lord's job. It is not our job to conduct revenge and to enact judgment on that kind of scale. It's just more so looking at the world like, man, this wickedness it's out of this. It's at levels of extremity that it's irreversible, bro. It just seems like it's irreversible. By the grace of God, will this world stop being degenerate, man? It's just, I mean, look at everything. Look at how Satan and his top soldiers have perverted men. Look at how Satan and his top soldiers. Wait, no. Yeah, there we go. Satan and his top soldiers, right? I can't do the letter. Whatever, the letter. Look at what they did to men, look at what they do to women. Look at what they did through rap music. Look at rap music is made by the Jays to make people addicted to sin. That's what it is. And rap music is a competition who can sin more, who could be more filthy, degenerate, and scummy. Oh, I'm gonna spin the block. Oh, I'm gonna do a music video on my ops' grave. Oh, I'm gonna be addicted to drugs. Oh, I'm gonna shoot people. Oh, I'm gonna kill people. Oh, I'm gonna go to prison like a real one. It's degenerate. Rap music is one of the worst things that society glorifies. Rap music is purely satanic. It is purely evil, so disgusting. I'm gonna sleep with this woman and I'm gonna leave her. Yeah, I'm gonna make her get an abortion. I'm gonna make her, I'm gonna make her take a plan B, bruh. Like, so degenerate, bro. And then, like, they have the audacity to walk around with a diamond chain. Like, bro, you literally sat there in the studio, high as a kite, on all these drugs, talking about murder, prostitution, drug addiction. You spoke all that, and you're programming that into the youth, knowing that kids are impressionable. Then you're going to turn around and wear a diamond crucifix? You're going to wear a diamond chain. You're going to wear a diamond cross. I'd rather have degeneracy than hateful violence and conquest. I think I'd rather have neither. Jesus Christ doesn't call for conquest. You don't see Christians killing people on the street for preaching Islam or preaching or even just being gay. You don't see that. We were not told to spread the faith through the sword either. Off topic, but Prince is the greatest artist of all time. What's with Sanji's perverted CAG? It's so bad. He was so cool pre-time skip. What happened, Oda? There's a lot of underground freestylers that talk about other topics, but yeah, materialism in rap is so played out. Bro, don't get me wrong. 1% of rappers are not degenerate. But what about the 99%, right? Oh, what's good, door handle? Real Blackbeard propagandist. I like that name. But yeah, I mean, you could argue that like, oh, well, 1% of rappers, like, they don't say bad things. Okay, well, what about the 99%, dude? 21 Savage, Drake even, NBA Youngboy, Lil Uzi, Playboi Carti. Bro, it's an infinite list. 99% of rappers preach murder, right? They preach murder. They preach drug addiction. They preach prostitution. They preach Plan B and abortion and contraceptives. They preach filth. And now they got to have a competition. Rap has to have a competition. Like, in order to be a rapper, you got to compete with someone else to sin harder than them. How can I have lyrics that's more degenerate and sinful than the other rapper? How can I live a life that's more sinful than someone else? I'm going to actually kill more people. Look at King Von. People glorify King Von for murdering people. And you're telling me that rappers make the world a better place? Wait. You think that King Von should be rich and famous because he killed people. That's what we do. That's our culture. That's our culture. Killing people, making songs about it, and glorifying it. That's our culture. Is godless. Godless, bro. All right, anyways, let's focus, guys. Let's focus. That guy, or that's the guy Barney mentioned. Yes, the sun god has become a symbol, someone the hopeless and desperate turn to for salvation. Wait, so they turn to the Son of God for salvation and they use it with the Bible and there's an Adam tree, Eve tree? And he's gonna return? Huh? This Son of God, this God of the Sun, Son of God, is spoken about in the ancient scripts, in the Bible, and he's gonna come back at the end times to liberate the world, and you seek him for salvation. Huh? I wonder. Huh? They say Nika is adorned by white clouds, with white hair and white clothes to boot. And he is said to have a contagious booming laugh. No wonder everyone's been saying I look similar, but I'm sure he's got nothing to do with me. Look at Luffy denying the accusations, bro. Luffy doesn't want to be Nika, but I think there will have to be there's going to be a time in One Piece, there's going to be a time in the story where Luffy's going to have to come to reality, bro. Whether Luffy likes it or not, he is Joy Boy. He is Nika. Nika. L with a 2, thank you, brother. Blackbeard or Emu for final villain? I'd prefer Blackbeard. Hey, man, I gotta... L, I'm sorry, bro. I gotta go against you, brother. I gotta say Emu. Everyone drop your answers in chat. Who is the final villain when One Piece ends? When it's all said and done, who was that final villain? Who was that big bad? Was it Blackbeard or was it Emu? I gotta go with Emu, bro. I'm going with Emu 100%, 10 times out of 10. Blackbeard is the obstacle when it comes to Pirate King. Blackbeard is the obstacle when it comes to getting the One Piece. But wait, just because Luffy gets the One Piece, that doesn't change the world. You know what changes the world? Using the One Piece to take down the world government. Blackbeard's not in charge of the world government. Emu is. Emu is the final villain of One Piece. I'll put every penny on that. I would bet any amount of money. Emu is the final villain. Blackbeard is of course Blackbeard is a huge villain. Of course Blackbeard is a parallel and an inversion to Luffy. Of course they're foil characters. Of course Luffy has been built up to fight Blackbeard. Of course there's a huge rivalry between Luffy and Blackbeard. I'm not denying any of that. But I think the context of that is Luffy becoming Pirate King. That's the context of Blackbeard. That's the context of Luffy versus Blackbeard. The battle for Pirate King. But there's something more grandiose than Pirate King in One Piece. It's the fact that there is a world government that has been bringing destruction to the One Piece planet. It is the fact that there is a world government who hides the history through the poneglyphs. It is the fact that there's a world government who most likely has an ancient weapon named Uranus. It is the fact that most of the kingdoms that we see in One Piece, most of the countries are in turmoil and have went through turmoil because of the actions of the world government. So with that being said, I would say any amount of money, Emu is a final villain of One Piece, not Blackbeard. Luffy will fight Blackbeard, and that'll be a huge, grandiose fight. Of course, that's a huge moment of the story. Hey, I might enjoy watching Luffy fight Blackbeard more than I watch Luffy fighting Emu. I might enjoy it more. But it just seems abundantly clear that the battle for Pirate King, there has to be a grand battle. Something Oda was building up the whole time. What he was building up the whole time for Luffy grabbing the One Piece, Luffy making it to Laugh Tale, Luffy having 4 road poneglyphs, is Luffy versus Blackbeard. That's not Emu's fight. Emu has no position in that. And when it comes to Luffy liberating the entire planet, therefore taking down Emu, the leader of the whole organization, that's the grand battle of One Piece. Final fight will be Luffy versus Laboon. Yo, Laboon is a secret villain, man. Oda is baiting us. Lucas, Oda is baiting us. Laboon is a secret enemy. I think Laboon is Emu. Blackbeard is on the verge of death. And then he's like Luffy. Defeat Emu. Very cliche, but we'll make it great. Hey, Luffy has to have the great shine defeating Emu. Will Luffy work side by side with a man like Blackbeard who had direct first-hand experience causing Ace to die? I don't see that happening, bro. I don't see Blackbeard. I think Blackbeard is going to get the Doflamingo treatment. Luffy is going to beat Blackbeard into a bloody pulp, and Blackbeard's going to be thrown in prison, and he's going to get the Doflamingo treatment. Then Luffy's going to go on to then fight Emu. That's what I believe. Blackbeard's getting the Doflamingo treatment when Luffy takes him down. I don't think Luffy and Blackbeard are going to work together to fight Emu after Blackbeard's literally the reason why Ace is dead. And then on top of that, Blackbeard helping Luffy fight and take down Emu detracts from Luffy getting the glory and the shine of taking down Emu. Emu's fight is against Joy Boy, while Blackbeard's fight is against his main rival for Pirate King. Exactly. Blackbeard has never once said that he wants to become king of the world. And I think a lot of people need to stop pushing this agenda. Blackbeard has never once said he wants to become king of the world. And if you disagree, prove it. The burden of proof is on you. And you know what? You can't prove it. You cannot prove Blackbeard wants to become king of the world because he's never said it. But you know what Blackbeard has said? That he wants to get the One Piece to become a pirate and lead his own great age. You guys that believe this, you guys would never argue that Kid's goal is to become king of the world. You would never argue that. You would never argue these random pirates that we see chasing the One Piece that their goal is king of the world. You would never argue that. But wait, those guys want to get the One Piece. So if you're going to say that Blackbeard, because Blackbeard said he wants to get the One Piece, that automatically means he wants to become king of the world, then you need to be consistent and hold other characters to that same standard. But you know you can't do that. As far as becoming king of the world, that's Emu's position, bro. That's Emu's spot. What's the point of building up Emu and the world government as ruling the world for 1,000 chapters just for that to be at the very end, get rid of all of that, put Blackbeard there? What was the point then? It's kind of like if Oda was building up Doflamingo for an entire arc, and then at the last second, got rid of Doflamingo, Luffy has to fight someone else. Bro, the whole reason that they built up the world government in the Gorosei since Jaya, they've built up the Gorosei since Jaya, is for Luffy to fight the Gorosei, Luffy to fight Emu in the world government. But with that being said, it's definitely Emu. Luffy will defeat Emu after he defeats Blackbeard. That's my take on the situation. You can agree, you can disagree, you could be in the middle, believe what you want, but I have mine. You guys can clip it, save it for the future. 20 years from now when we're seeing the end of One Piece, you can pull this clip up. But we got the real Blackbeard propagandist with the 5. Thank you, brother. God bless you. He said Luffy will fight Emu while Blackbeard takes out the world government as a group. He will have to fight Kobe and Sword. They will help each other directly like Egghead. Okay, so if you believe that Luffy fights Emu and then the world government is Blackbeard's fight, what is Dragon's position? If Luffy fights Emu and then Blackbeard takes out the world government, what was the point of the revolutionaries? What's the point? I think Luffy takes down Emu because Luffy's always taking out the big bad, right? He takes out NL, he takes out Crocodile, he takes out the Doflamingo. This goes on and on and on and on. Luffy goes after the big bad, and then the underlings go for the people below the big bad. I think the Revs need a huge position in taking down the world government. Are we really gonna argue for a story where the revolutionary armies don't take down the world government? Do you realize that if the Revs don't fight the world government, like the Gorsei, Holy Knights, etc., if the Revs don't fight the world government, the Revs were pointless in One Piece. He said Revs versus Holy Knights. Bro, you think, yo, come on. With as much as Oda's built up Dragon, he needs a fight bigger than a Holy Knight. Do we not power scale Gorsei over Holy Knights? Right? Would you guys agree? Holy Knights over Gorsei? I'm sorry, I'm the other way around. I'm sorry. Gorsei over Holy Knights? Would we not agree that? Gorsei over Holy Knights. If you say yes, why wouldn't the Revs and Dragon fight Gorsei? Why Blackbeard for world government anyways? The only real argument you could make is that if Blackbeard truly did want to become king of the world, he has to go against the world government. But even then, that's the reason Blackbeard wants his own pirate country. Did you forget about that? The whole reason that Blackbeard wants his own pirate country is because Blackbeard wants to become the pirate king. So think about that scenario. Let's say hypothetically the world government granted Blackbeard's position, granted his gift. Blackbeard gets his own pirate country, and then Blackbeard goes to Laugh Tale and he gets the One Piece, and Blackbeard becomes the pirate king. If the whole world knew that there was a man named Blackbeard, he found the One Piece, he circumnavigated the globe, he's the pirate king, and he had his own pirate country, the entire planet is going to want to go to the pirate country, right? They're going to want to go to Hachinosu, right? Well, if that happened, that would cause Blackbeard to have a force so strong that he could probably outcompete the world government. That's the line of thinking we need to consider. Because without that, then what's the point of Blackbeard requesting his own country? It seems abundantly clear it's because Blackbeard wants his own pirate country as the pirate king, and everyone's going to flock to his nation. And he's going to grow a nation, he's going to grow a country that is so strong, it's able to overthrow places like Marijois. But I think we're putting too much credence into the idea of Blackbeard fighting the world government, because Blackbeard is inevitably going to lose to Luffy for the One Piece anyways. If Luffy defeats Blackbeard and Luffy becomes a pirate king, then Blackbeard's whole dream crumbles. It's all a farce. It's all pointless. Without Blackbeard becoming the pirate king, his whole plan of having this pirate country as the pirate king, therefore bringing a flock to his nation, it's all useless. Luffy's gonna defeat Blackbeard. He won't allow Blackbeard to get that far. But hold on, guys. We've been rambling for a long time. We still haven't finished this chapter. I'm pretty sure we're on page 9. We need to focus on this chapter, man. We're on page 9. Don't be so dismissive, Straw Hat. You'd understand if you were born on Elbaf. We all look up to Nika. Not to defend Roto, but he wasn't lying about us all sharing the same dream. Loki was the same. I believe his motive for Harold's murder was his attempt to follow in Nika's footsteps. Nothing can justify what he did, Elder. Exactly, nothing can justify him killing his own father, bro. But Simon with the 279, thank you, brother. God bless, man. Thank you for the super chat. Simon says, chapter 1107, Van Auger says, he has the plan to rule the world. Okay, listen, I don't want to go too off topic. We've been streaming for multiple hours now, and we're only on page 9. We're never going to finish this chapter. But let me pull up 1107, just so I don't ignore your super chat. Let's pull up 1107. I know what you're referring to. It's when Van Auger said that they were going to claim the world. But again, when you see how Van Auger says, I guess Saturn says, as is his bloodline, oh, were you aware that you people are always up to strange business? What are you really after? And they say the world. Again, we have to look into the context that Blackbeard at Marineford said he wanted the One Piece. He wanted to become the Pirate King to have his own great age. That's the context of the world. I don't think you should spin it into this idea where it's like, oh no, they say the world, so therefore Blackbeard wants to become the Pirate King, or Blackbeard wants to become king of the world. You can't formulate that when, again, Blackbeard himself has never said king of the world. He's only ever said pirate king. I want to have my own great age, my own age, right? If you become the pirate king, you have your own age when you're the strongest pirate. So when he's talking about how they are after the world, yeah, of course, if Blackbeard became the pirate king and he had the One Piece, he'd be controlling the world, but not in the same context as becoming king of the world. I think that's not the same context. I mean, look at Roger. Roger had worldwide power. He was not king of the world. Was Roger king of the world? No, he wasn't. Look at Whitebeard. Even Whitebeard was like treated as he was king of the world. I mean, pirate king. I'm sorry. He was treated as he was pirate king. Like he had all this power. He had all these countries. Everyone looked up to Whitebeard. He had like this worldwide power, but he wasn't king of the world. You can't find one panel where Blackbeard says that he wants to become king of the world, but you could find a panel in Marineford where he says that he wants to become pirate king. So if he says he wants to become pirate king, then yes, it makes a lot of sense that Van Augur would say that they're after the world, right? Because if he was pirate king, if you are pirate king, you have worldwide power. Bro sounds mad now. Who's mad? I'm not mad. Give the man a Snickers bar? Bro, who's mad? I'm just trying to say that there's no panel in the... You know what? It's even funnier when you think about the characters who did say that they want to be king of the world. Buggy has said he wanted to become king of the world. We even have Stelly. Buggy and Stelly have said they wanted to become king of the world. They would love to sit on the empty throne. Blackbeard's never said that. He's only ever said pirate king. So yeah, obviously if he wanted to become pirate king and have his own great age, they're going to have control of the world. I don't think like you could take that panel of them saying the world and twist it into king of the world. You have to present new information. There's a twist coming? Bro, I'm not even annoyed. I'm just, bro, you should know by now, L. We speak with passion. The Yonko, Zebek, Joyboy, and Emu dreams may have nuance. Shanks is guarding the One Piece for Buggy, not Luffy. Oh, okay, now you're off the deep end, Wizdro. Now this is where we take our love for characters and our memes a little too far. See, we can't love a character so much that like we're biased when we come up with like interpretations, let alone predictions. You know? Like, just because I love Zoro, I can't say, oh, I love Zoro, he's such a fire, amazing character, therefore he's stronger than Luffy. We can't play that game. Oh, Blackbeard's so sick, he's so powerful, therefore he wants to become king of the world. Multiple hour streams, 9 pages to read, I'm loving it. Bro, that's what I'm saying. But if I ignore the chat, people are going to say, bro, evil, why are you ignoring the chat? You're ignoring the chat. Okay, if people complain about me not responding to super chats, okay, that's fine. I respect that. I don't want to ignore super chats. But you guys have seen people get angry when I miss a chat miss a message in the chat. So I'm trying my best to talk to you guys, interact. We are a community, we are a family, right? While simultaneously reading the chapter. And for the most part, it goes good. I think you guys are used to the yapping. Y'all acting like you're busy in chat. I'm not complaining. I'm just happy to be here listening to you. Hey, thank you. Shout out to our boy Vincent. L yapping, JK. Bro, how are you going to say L yapping and then this in the same message, JK? Bro, you got to wait. You got to wait like a message then say JK. Loki. So he's a good guy? No way in hell. See, yo, Loki agenda down bad. This man Loki is evil. He killed his father, bro. This man Loki is a one. You know what? You know who Loki wants to be like? Hey, you guys know who Loki wishes he was? You ain't him, bro. Loki, you could try, you could strive, you could believe, but you can never become the one and only heavenly demon. You can't. I'm sorry, Loki. You're not gonna outdo Doflamingo. Chessmate was good, brother. You're not gonna outdo Doflamingo. Listen, Loki, listen, I understand, bro. I respect. Loki, so far, you're a pretty awesome character. I can't wait to see the Devil Fruit. Hey, Loki, I'm gonna give it to you, bro. I'm gonna give it to you. You're a great character. But you are not gonna surpass our boy Doflamingo. He won't do it. He's not gonna pull it off. Loki will be an amazing fire character when it's all said and done, but he will not surpass our man Doflamingo. Because in order for Loki to do that, he needs him a law. Loki needs himself a Trafalgar D water law. Oda's not gonna give him that. You know how much effort Oda's gonna have to put into Loki for him to be better than Doflamingo? It's not happening, bro. It's not happening. Smokey! I just woke up. Are we really talking about if Loki is a good guy again? Are we really talking about if Loki is a good guy again or not? The best hope for Loki is that he's morally gray. Yeah, I mean, at best, he's morally gray. But if someone killed their father, I wouldn't think they're a good person. Me personally, unless it's some crazy, crazy nuance where like the father was doing some really wicked stuff to the child. Okay, maybe in a certain crazy scenario, maybe. But 9 times out of 10, they're probably not a good guy. We got Young Smokey with a 50 bomb. Thank you, Young Smokey. God bless you, brother. God bless. I just woke up. Are we really talking about if Loki's a good guy again or not? The best hope for Loki is that he's morally gray. Loki still has potential. What did I just wake up to? Yo, thank you so much, man. Young Smokey, God bless you, bro. I greatly appreciate the $50 super chat. Always dropping nukes on the stream. Always supporting me to a tremendous degree. Young Smokey, bro, thank you so much times 10,000. I agree. Loki, of course, Loki has potential to be an awesome character. I don't think that Loki has to be righteous and good to be a good character. And maybe that's where we're having a disconnect. Look, Smokey, maybe me and you are having a disconnect with the chat. Maybe for some reason people think that like, oh, you think Loki is an evil person, therefore you think he sucks as a character. They might have that miscommunication, that misunderstanding, Smokey. Maybe. That's not what we're arguing. We think that yes, Loki could be an evil character while simultaneously being awesome for the story. He doesn't have to be righteous in order to be a great character for the plot. You know, maybe some people are misunderstanding us. Look at Doflamingo. Doflamingo is a sick, evil, twisted man. He killed his brother. He killed his father. Look what Doflamingo is doing to Viola. Bro, he's an evil person. But that he's still a good character. It's fiction. He adds substance to the story. The character doesn't have to be righteous in order to be good for the story. Like, entertaining, like bringing different perspectives and different views and bringing different plot devices. They don't have to be righteous in order to be a good addition to the story. Thank you, Young Smokey. And we got L with the 5. Thank you, brother. God bless, man. Did Skypiea foreshadow the Loki versus Luffy fight? Check the IG DMs I found. Some guy posted a pic from Skypiea. Let me check it out. Let me check it out, L. Did Skypiea foreshadow Luffy versus Loki? Let's check it out. Chat. Oh my goodness. Guys. Bro. Come on, camera, focus. Focus. Guys, look at this. Look at this. You see the warrior on the side? You see the warrior on the side? Look at the warrior. Look at the warrior. Look at the warrior right here, and look at Nika. Look at the shield. Oh. Guys, look at what our boy L is cooking. Now, do you guys want the good news or do you guys want the bad news? Let me know what you guys want. L, I have a response to that. If you guys saw on my screen, there's the sculpture in Skypiea of a warrior with a sword and a shield fighting. Do you guys want the good news or do you guys want the bad news? Let me know right now, because I got a response to that. Do you want the good news first or do you want the bad news first? Okay, Simon says good news. The good news is that the correlation is there. The good news is we know that Skypiea has deep implications in the One Piece Blue Planet, the One Piece storyline. That warrior right there is very much connected in a sense to the overall plot line, you know? We see how they believed in a sun god. Look at what they were doing with Kashigami. They were take care of Jabril. And as far as the ceasefire in Palestine and Israel, thank you, Lord Jesus Christ, for bringing a ceasefire. Lord, thank you for saving those children, those innocent animals in Palestine, those little children. God bless their souls. Jesus Christ, please heal these people. Bring righteous judgment on Israel and their satanic evil ways, and please protect Palestine. Allow them to have their water, electricity, food, and shelter back, Lord. Thank you. In Jesus' name we pray, amen. That's the good news for the sculpture, okay? But the bad news, and I know this because I've used this in videos before. The bad news when it comes to this theory right here, the bad news, chat, is that this sculpture we see in Skypiea at the bottom of my phone screen, that sculpture only exists in the anime. I know this because I looked thoroughly. I actually used it for a video before. I've mentioned it on videos before. So don't get me wrong, like, it could be a situation where, you know, it wasn't present in the manga, but they did add it to the anime. Maybe Oda was like, hey, animators, I need you to throw this in there for me. Sure, maybe that's a scenario. But you have to come to the reality. That's the truth. That sculpture of a dude with a sword and a shield, it only exists in the anime. We know that the One Piece manga is the source material. So whenever you make theories, you generally want to resort to the source. You want to go to the source of One Piece. If I'm making a One Piece theory, I need to go to the source. I'm not going to go to a video game. I'm not going to go to the anime. I'm not going to go to a movie. I generally want to go to the source, the canon, right? So that's just something to think about. On one hand, it's not that crazy, you know, it's not that crazy where we should question it, like, you know, like a character saying something wild or having a wild devil fruit, and then we gotta be like, oh, well, that was in the anime, it's not in the manga. It's not something really wild to question. Like, it's not that crazy of a leap to say that something in the anime was foreshadowed now. But by the same token, you do have to admit that this is not in the source material, that this is not in the manga. So you just have to be unbiased as possible. Let me know what you guys think. But L, thank you so much for sharing that. That's actually pretty sick. And I'm going to show it on screen one more time for you guys. People are arguing that Skypiea foreshadowed Nika and Luffy versus Loki and stuff like that. If you guys look here, obviously, the top of this picture is the panel of 1136 of Nika, and the bottom panel is not even a panel, it's a screenshot from the anime. And that anime screenshot is anime only. It is not in the manga. If you don't believe me, go look for it. I couldn't find it in the manga. I looked everywhere, and I know this because I was using it for a video. But L, regardless, thank you for sharing that with me. My position on it, if you guys want to know my opinion, is like, it's not in the source material, but I don't think it's a wild leap, you know? It's not that wild of a leap. It's like a guy with a sword, you know? I don't know. I kind of want to lean towards yes. But again, you always have to be careful because it's not present in the manga. I don't know. I guess I'm in the middle. I would say I'm in the middle. L, thank you for that super chat. And we got Young Smokey with the 10, but thank you, brother. God bless. He said, by the way, this chapter is an 8.5 out of 10 or 9 out of 10. I also think people really just believe Loki was also framed. That's why they don't want to give up this point. Yeah, I think that's people's biggest argument. Loki was framed. But the thing here is that you need to prove, the burden of proof is on you, right? If the One Piece story is telling us that, or showing us that all of these characters on Elbaf all hate Loki, they all think he's evil, they all believe he killed his father, they all imprisoned him, we know that all the giants came together to restrain Loki. If we have all of this information and you believe that Loki was framed, the burden of proof is on you. It shouldn't be on us, us believing that Loki wasn't framed. We have the panels, we have characters speaking about Loki killing his father, we have characters talking about why Loki did that. So if you truly believe, no, Loki was framed, he didn't actually do it, it's all manipulation, the burden of proof is on you, it's not on us. And moreover, again, what do we see almost every arc? Young Smokey, what do we see almost every arc? It is the same thing. Luffy shows up to an island. He hears about this great king, this magnificent, amazing king that loved his country. But then suddenly the king was killed. The king was overthrown. We see this every arc, every major arc, over and over and over and over. We saw this in Wano. There was this great guy, Tenguyama Hitetsu, the father of Odin. He was poisoned and taken out, then overshadowed and taken over by Kaido. Wow, we see this in Skypiea. We know that Gonfall was a really good leader. He was leading Skypiea. He was taken out by NL. We see this in Alabasta. All the citizens loved Cobra. He was a good guy, and he was taken out, replaced by Crocodile. We see this over and over and over. I don't think Elbaf is any different as of now. Now, don't get me wrong. It is possible that Oda could spin the story. He could do it. He could do it. Oda could spin the story to where Loki, maybe he was framed. Maybe Loki is a good guy. Maybe he is morally gray. Maybe it is not what it seems. But in order for that to be true, Oda needs to present new information that we currently do not have. But we don't judge that way. We judge what the story is telling us. We look at all the facts, we look at all the variables, and we conclude a conclusion from that. That's how you make a prediction. That's how you make a theory. You look at all the variables, you look at all the facts, and you come to a conclusion that fits all the variables. And right now, there are no variables, there are no clues, there are no hints to him being framed as of right now. But I hope that explains my position better. I hope you guys understand better. Again, thank you so much, Smokey, for the super. And then he turned around and did another $10 super chat. Thank you so much, Young Smokey. Shout out to the people who lost their homes in LA that aren't rich, celebs, and also shout out the displaced animals. Hey guys, to anyone that's out in LA, I hope you guys are good. To anyone that lost the house, I am very sorry. I hope you have somewhere to stay. I hope you have food and shelter. I hope you have inner peace. God bless all of you guys that might be struggling in LA. I'm extremely sorry to hear with those insane, horrific fires. I wish the best for you guys. I hope everything works out in your favor. I hope you're able to find a new home and reestablish inner peace. I'll be praying for you guys. Let me know if anyone here is from LA. Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you for that, Young Smokey. And then he turned around with another super chat, a 20 bomb. Thank you so much, brother. He says, also, while I agree with you, Eddie, if we know for a fact that if the GOAT himself says add to that anime, then for me, the rules, then, wait. Also, while I agree with you, Eddie, if we know for a fact, if the GOAT himself says add that to the anime, then for me, them's the rules. But I get what you're saying. Yeah, no, don't get me wrong. If Oda tells the anime to add something, that's fine. I would prefer if that wasn't the case. Like, I truly believe that we should live in a world where the full grasp and understanding of One Piece is because of the manga, not because of the manga and anime, or anime, right? So if it really comes down to it, fine, Oda, fine. Go tell the animators, go tell the anime, hey, animators, add this. Hey, animators, I want to make this more clear. I didn't put this in the manga, animators. Toei, could you add this for me? Could you add that for me? Fine. If it really comes down to it, fine. But I at least want to know when that's the case. Like, I want the animators and Oda and the editors to be clear with us. I want them to be transparent. I want them to say, like, hey, Oda told us to add this certain thing, this episode, because he wanted to be more transparent. At least if the animators, Toei, Oda, if they can do that, then fine. But like, how are we supposed to keep track of everything in the anime that Oda told them to add? How could we keep track? Because now we would have to be in a scenario where we have to read One Piece weekly and we have to watch the anime. Like, that just seems like, I don't, me personally, I don't like that. I think if we're going to enjoy One Piece to the fullest extent, it should be through the original source. It should be through the source material. And the source material is not the anime, it's not the video games, it's not the movies, it is a manga. But anyways, I agree with your sentiment, Young Smokey, and we have 20 gifted memberships from G. 20 gifted memberships. Absolute legend, bro. Thank you so much for the support. Thank you so much, man. I greatly appreciate it, G. You're always coming through, adding crew members, bro. You're adding Nakama. You're growing the Grand Fleet for us, G. Thank you so much, G. How are you been? Or how have you been, man? How are you doing? How was your New Year's? How was your Christmas, G? If we didn't speak since then, it's been some time, G. Let me know how you're feeling, bro. Thank you so much, man. G, I hope you, your family, your friends, your loved ones, your coworkers, I hope everyone around you is blessed, bro. Let me know how you're feeling, G. Thank you so much for the 20 gifted. Thank you, brother. And we got Sean Rosen. Is it Rosencrans? Thank you so much for the 10, brother. He says, you're always cooking with your theories. Keep it up, bro. Thank you so much, Sean. Greatly appreciate it. God bless you, brother. Hope Jesus Christ protects you and your loved ones and your family, establishes each and one of every single one of your steps. Thank you so much, man. I greatly appreciate it, Sean. Sean, were you here for the stream earlier when we were talking about how this chapter is pointing towards world wars? Were you here? We went on a whole big tangent. I had to pull out Twitter for that. To those of you that missed the beginning of the stream, I highly suggest at some point watching the stream again, go back, go to the beginning of the stream at 2x speed. I need you guys to read it, or I'm sorry, to watch it. We went through a whole thread I posted back in May. I made a thread back in May 2024. May 20th, 2024. We talked about, in this thread, I talk about how the Void Century is inspired by real life World War II, and now Emu is gonna lose to Luffy and Dragon in World War III. And in this chapter that we got today, 1136, it's putting together the idea of world wars, because they explicitly said that the world was destroyed twice in the past. We know that the Void Century in the official translations is called the 100-Year War, a global scale war. One Piece had world wars. And it looks like G got married, man. G, congratulations, bro. This man is now a married man. He's tied down. Hey, G, do not ever break your covenant, man. Hey, G, what's good, Greg? How you doing? G, you need to never, ever, ever break your vows, bro. Stand strong, bro. Stand true. Do not break your vows. Do not risk your family. Be a good leader, brother. Be a good leader. Be a good husband. Love your wife as Christ loved the church. Guide her, lead her, clear her blemishes, show her purity off to the world. Use her as a beautiful trophy, a beautiful, like how God uses the church, like how Jesus uses the church. G, I trust in you, bro. I have faith in your power. I'm sure you're a real man. I know you're a real man. You're a great leader, bro. I wish the best. I hope you guys have a beautiful, long, lasting marriage. I hope you guys make it through any strife you might face, grow to love each other more, grow to understand each other more, make a beautiful family, and become one flesh. Congratulations, G. Real Blackbeard Propagandist said, I rewatched the stream 1.75 speed. And yeah, Greg, Okinawa piece. If my deduction is correct, then necessarily Okinawa piece is getting more credence. All right, guys, let's continue, man. We're only on page 10. Guys, let's focus, guys. Let's lock in, okay? Let's lock in. We've been distracted for too long. Guys, let's lock in, okay? Lock in. Focus. Focus on the chapter. No distractions, okay? He's the accursed prince. There was a prophecy before Loki was born that foretold that King Harold would be slain by his son. Then shortly after his birth, the royalty steed, the horse of fortune, died. That was the same year that Linlin murdered the legendary hero Ja Rule, or Jo Rule. And the tragedies kept coming. A year later, the queen herself passed on. Princeling, not Princeling. The Princeling, why don't they call him Prince? The prince would go on to use his natural strength to make the realm of the dead his own playground, his own personal playground. He killed many of those ferocious beasts and tamed the rest. He even released a few into the villages, and that was all by the age of 10. He was an arsonist. Loki's mischief endangered countless lives. He had the authority of a prince and a malicious personality. He caused hell whenever the king wasn't looking. And then finally, in that very castle, Loki killed King Harald, the greatest monarch Elbaf ever knew. A splendid wise man who tried to connect with the outside world. The people to get the people to see beyond Elbaf's feared reputation as a land of warriors. Lord Ja Rule was stabbed trying to stop Loki, and my helmet saved me in the end. It didn't save anything. Loki's reign of terror finally came to an end 6 years ago. He was running amok at sea when Red Hair captured him. Red Hair Shanks. Guys, we were proven true. We were proven true. As soon as we figured out and we knew that Loki was captured 6 years ago, we automatically thought about how Shanks was promoted to Yonko 6 years ago. So we instantly thought, you guys know I'm not lying. On several streams, we talked about this. We instantly thought, okay, there's a tie between Shanks and Loki. Shanks probably had something to do with Loki, and now it's been confirmed. Now it's been confirmed, chat. King Harold's silhouette is slashed the same way the throne is. Am I reaching? I don't know if I want to consider that a slash. It just feels like a halfway silhouette, you know? Like, look how it's all black over here. I think it's just like an interesting way for Oda to do a silhouette. I'm not interpreting a slash right here. Shanks really came here? Yeah, in fact, he was just here earlier. I'm not sure where he went off to, though. Then we got Zoro. We got our Vice Captain Zoro sipping that brew. And by the way, guys, did you know that alcohol in Christianity is actually not a problem? Drinking alcohol and drinking wine isn't bad. Jesus turned water into wine. The bad thing is drunkenness, the overindulgence of alcohol. Young Smokey with the 10, bro. Thank you, brother. God bless. This man Smokey going ham, bro. Hey, guys, do we know which one of the three giant brothers... which one of the giant brothers is the older or younger between Loki and Hiruden? Also, Shanks just keeps collecting feats. That's a good question. Chat, who is older, Loki or Hiruden? Because, well, think of it this way, Smokey. We were told that we could do the math for Loki. We could do the math for Loki because they said that when Loki was 10... Where's the... Yeah, he was already in the underworld by the age of 10. And we also know that Loki killed the horse the same year that Big Mom murdered Joe Rule. So if we know how old Big Mom was at that time, we could therefore deduce how old Loki is. And maybe we know through a maybe we know through like an SBS or a Vivri card or something how old Hiruden is. Okay, Hiruden is 81. Then I think Hiruden would be older, right? Again, we would deduce the age of Loki because of this chapter. It talks about Loki killing the horse. That was the same year that Big Mom murdered Joe Rule, right? And then it says that Loki was doing all of these things in the underworld by the age of 10. So we could deduce an age range for Loki. I'm pretty sure he would be younger than Hiruden. Loki's younger, right, chat? Okay, Vincent has exact numbers. He says Loki is 63, his brother is 81. How did you come to that conclusion? Did Oda like mention it somewhere and we're just overlooking it? Oh yeah, he did. Chapter 866. They celebrated Loki's birth. Okay, so I guess because of 866, we can deduce that Loki is 63. Shout out to Vincent for that. Shout out to Vincent. Guys, make sure you like the stream, everyone. Like D stream, guys. Like D stream. And if you're new here, subscribe. If you're not new here, hit the notification bell so you don't miss future streams. Okay, let's continue. Village outskirts. I thought you were acting weirdly on edge earlier. That explains it. You realize he's a reviled Kingslayer, right? Everything he told you was obviously just a lie. Then we have Zoro with our boy Luffy. Our boy Zoro's keeping our captain in check, bro. This is our vice captain. That's my vice captain right there. You know, bro, Zoro, you got to keep Luffy in check, bro. That's what a real vice captain does, man. Keeping Luffy in check. He said he knew where Shanks was. Do you have any idea how badly I want to see him again? Yes, I've heard about it 1,000 times. Sounds to me like he was using that to trick you. How would you know? You've never met Loki yourself. I haven't. I'm just guessing based on his reputation. I'll tell you everything I know. That includes Red Hair's current whereabouts. If that was really a lie, I'm gonna send him flying. Guys, is Loki lying or not? Is Loki lying or not? Yes or no? 1 for yes, 2 for no. Is Loki lying? Is there a caveat? Is there a catch to this? Is there a lie? Is this not completely true? Is he hiding something? Is he misconstruing something? Is he being truthful? Completely truthful. Tay, what's good, bro? Maybe a catch, but 2? I think there might be 2 Sun God Nikas. There's a duality theme in Elbaf, 2 Shanks, and now they mentioned in a world destroyed twice, Loki is also a Nika laughing pose, which might mean something. I see where you're coming from. The way I interpret like this double war thing is that the original Nika was far before Joy Boy. I mention this all the time. The Giants last arc, end of Egghead, they said when they saw Joy Boy, they compared him to Nika. They insinuate Nika's before Joy Boy. Nika's a precursor of Joy Boy. I think that first war, that first destruction of the Earth was Sun God Nika. And then that second destruction of Earth was Joy Boy, who obviously had the Nika fruit. So, I mean, technically that would be 2 Nikas. But I wouldn't look at it like that. I would look at one core original Sun God Nika. Somehow he became a fruit, and that fruit was eaten by Joy Boy. Now that fruit's passed down again, eaten by Luffy, which reminds me of like the Holy Trinity. It's a little similar to the Holy Trinity in a sense. What's good, chessmate? You don't think he's fully lying? Yeah, so that's the interesting thing, right? I've been going on these long rants, these long tangents about how Loki is an evil, cunning person. He's a liar, he's a schemer. That's, to me, that's the only thing you could prove. My intuition tells me that Oda's gonna flip it. But the problem is you can't prove that. Like, you could only prove right now that Loki's an evil person. You can't prove that he was framed. You can't prove he's a good person. You can't prove that someone has an ulterior motive. You can't prove that. That's what I'm trying to get at. When you look at One Piece for what it is, all it shows you is that Loki's evil. Now I kind of have an inclination, I have like this little inkling that Oda's gonna try to flip it. Like, Loki is probably gonna tell Luffy about Shanks, give him some information, but that's only going to be because Oda's presenting new information, not because there's information right now to prove that. Does that make sense, Smokey? Does that make sense? It's good, Mario. Welcome back, bro. Glad to see you, man. But at this point, man, I'm so done talking about Loki being a good guy, being truthful. Man, I can't anymore. Too much. I've said my piece regarding Loki. and his honesty and his integrity and his moral standards. All right, let's continue. If you're sneaking off to do whatever I think you are, did you seriously expect to find wait. If you're sneaking off to do what I think you are, did you seriously expect to find your way there without me? Yeah, bro, you can't, hey, you guys can't travel without the navigator, man. You can't travel without Nami-chan. Nami-shwan. Listen up, Luffy. We'll get the key. But if he pulls anything funny, we'll have to take care of him. But why is this guy here? He's my new slave. I'm truly blessed. Look at this Sanji energy, dude.
Oh
Look at this Sanji energy. Nami called you her slave. And what do you reply with? I'm truly blessed. Look at this Sanji energy, bro. Yeah, he's my new slave. Bro says, I'm truly blessed. Bro, Road is not joining the crew. Come on, man. That is so out there, bro. Come on, dude. Road? Got it. Thanks. Don't forget, I'm her #1 slave. And Sanji's #2. Bro, they're having a simp competition. Foo. Strong girls really get my blood pumping. He's been struck by lightning, literally. Namitaso, isn't it neat that we're both navigators? Don't ever try to get me close, or don't ever try to get close to me again. Oof. Yo, Nami's creating that distance between her and Road. Wait, you just said Road was gonna be a crew member. She just created distance between herself and Road. It feels wrong for the guests of honor to bail so early. She. Don't worry, I brought some meat. Have you tried this moose? They're all in a drunken stupor now. They probably can't remember what they're celebrating. Say, if all the treasure in the castle suddenly disappeared, would that be a problem, Rodo? Oh, Nami, you little schemer, bro. Nami, you dirty little thief. My vision is awful, so I'm sure I wouldn't even notice. Look at Road, bro. Road, you're gonna let Nami steal from the castle. You had this in mind since the beginning, didn't you, Nami? Huh? Yeah, Nami's a Jezebel, bro. Nami is a Jezebel. She's here to lead our brothers under the sun god, under the god of the sun astray, bro. She's a Jezebel. Dog, ha ha ha. So that's what it is. Realm of the dead. Dog, ha 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 ha. Or is it dog, ha 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 ha? If I understood you correctly, then I'm afraid I'll have to step back and refuse your offer. I'm sure it's an honor to be invited to join your noble knights, but that would make you celestial dragons, right? Do you really expect anyone on the planet to willingly become scum like that? Yo, imagine Emu was here to listen to that. Imagine Saint Charlos was here to listen to that. Do you really expect anyone on the planet to willingly become scum like that? Bro, chat, could you imagine Saint Charlos's reaction? Imagine Charlos was here to listen to that. Imagine Charlos read that. Could you imagine if Charlos read that? I have a gag for Nami. Bro, you are a dirty little boy. Why would you? I know what you're trying to say, you sicko. See, this is why girls don't watch this stream. Girls don't watch this stream because of people like you. You're nasty. Bro, we're supposed to uplift women. Women are pure, man. Women are pure. Look at the girl who slept with 1,000 guys on OnlyFans. Nami is a true pirate, the cat burglar. There goes your wallet. I mean, I'll give you that. She is a pirate by nature. Oh, hell no. She's not a Jezebel. She's just gagging. What? Stop. This is why girls don't watch this stream. And if there are girls watching the stream, it's probably one 2, 3 at max, and they're not talking in the chat because of you sickos. If I was a girl watching the stream, I wouldn't type in chat either, bro. I wouldn't type. Look at people like Eric Hernandez. Look at people like Young Smokey. But, hey Simon, I think it's time, bro. Guys, let's give a congratulations. Let's give a round of applause, guys. Simon is now officially a standard moderator for the channel. I think, Simon, you've been supporting us for a while. You now have a wrench by your name. You are a true supporter, a true brother in this community. Simon, I give you power. I give you trust. Simon is officially our newest mod, guys. Our newest mod. Welcome Simon to the team. Now, Simon, you know what that means. You gotta start swinging that band hammer. When let someone step out of the line, you're swinging that band hammer. Let's find our first victim. Let's find our first victim. You know what? Our first victim, Wizdro. I'm putting you to the test, Simon. I want you to ban Wizdro for no reason. Ban him just because I said so. I'm kidding. Don't do it. Don't do it. L with the 2. Thank you, brother. God bless you, man. But Charlos did just read that. We witnessed it.
Oh my God, dog. Oh, hell no, man. What the fuck, man? Get your ass.
You know, one of these days, L, I'm going to just snap. One of these days, I'm going to run out of patience and you will lose your moderator status. Also, G, great point. Bro, there's a lot of people in this chat that should be mods. I'm not going to lie. I'm going to give 2 more mods. I'm going to give 2 more mods in the chat. Guys, can we get a round of applause? Let's get some salutes for G. G now has the wrench. Shout out to G. Simon now has the wrench. Shout out to Simon. And honestly, I think I know who I want the third one to be. Well, it's a tie between 2 people. You know what? Our third and final moderator of the day is going to be a man, the myth, the legend, Macau Jordan. Let's get some celebrations, guys. We got 3 new moderators to the team. Hey, listen, G, Simon, Jordan, welcome to the mod team. You guys have wrenches. You guys have power. Look, listen, bro. Moderating my chat, you guys know it's easy, bro. We hardly ever time people out. You like it's free, bro. We like hardly ever time people out. We don't really ban people. Anytime I say to ban someone, it's probably a joke. But regardless, welcome Simon, welcome Jordan, and welcome G. I chose you 3 because you guys have been long-standing supporters, and there's a lot of other people in the chat that have been supporting for a long time. Vizwa, Blackbeard Propagandist, Sigma, Eric. Listen, I can't make everyone mod. I can't give everyone the wrench, okay? Your time will come, though. Your guys' time will come. Congrats. I tricked Evil into modding me because I couldn't post a link. Hey, I cannot confirm nor deny those allegations. That may or may not be a true story. All right, let's continue, guys. Back to the chapter. Okay, we got Shanks. We got. Is this Shanks or is this? I told you. I told you. What did I say in spoilers? What did I say, bro? I'm gonna throw this chair. What did I tell you guys? The first person that could tell me what I claimed that we were going to see in the spoilers, I will give mod to, bro. The first... Who could tell me what I said was going to happen this chapter? What did I claim that was going to happen? Exactly, Sean. Exactly. That is exactly what I said, bro. I knew it. Oda is the blue ball king. Oda will blue ball anything, bro. He'll blue ball fake Shanks' face so we can't see the scars. He's gonna blue ball Luffy, Zoro, Nami fighting these guys. He's gonna pull them away. He's gonna blue ball Emu's face. He's gonna blue ball us from Robin's toes. He's gonna blue ball everything, bro. He's gonna, bro. Hey, Sean, congratulations. You just won moderator status because you knew the answer, bro. I called it. I knew it. And watch, I'm gonna flip this page. We're still not gonna see this guy's full face. Oda is doing it on purpose. He's doing it on purpose. Everything is a blue ball. What's good, brothership? Everything in One Piece is a blue ball, bro. Oda can't do one thing without blue balling. He's the blue ball, bro. He is you know what, Oda, what do you call it when like a girl blue balls you and then she tries to act like she's down? What do you call it when a girl tries to act like she's a Jezebel but she's actually not? What do you call it? She's there's a word for it. When you're like, what's the word? Not bird. Guys, what do you call it? Like when a girl tries to not like a tease. Well, tease works, but that's not the word I'm thinking about. When a girl tries teasing you too much and she acts like she's, you know, down to be a thought, right? And she's not. There's a word for that. What do you call it? She's not tease. Like that word works, but that's not the word I'm thinking of. No, not edging. G with the 10 gifted. Thank you so much, bro, with the 10 gifted memberships. God bless you, bro. LOL, bro only has a history of 6 messages and is a mod now. Hey, he's a real one, man. He knew the answer. See, it only takes 6 messages to be a real one. Not leading you on. Okay, you guys are giving me proper words. Like, you guys are telling me the proper words and phrases. But that's not the one I'm thinking of. No, not honeypot. Gee, thank you so much for the 10 gifted, bro. This man gifted 30 memberships today. G, the absolute man, myth, and legend. Ah, what is it called, bro? What is it called? L with the 2. Bro is gonna do me like Saturn with the mod. Yeah, I'm about to do you like how Emu did Saturn. Pause. I'm gonna eradicate you, turn you into dust. You literally just called me St. Charlos, man, again. No, not pussycat. No, not a honeypot. Bro, it's like an adjective. Yeah, I'm about to give up. Watch, I'm gonna end the stream and then the word's gonna flash in my mind. It's like when a girl is like trying to like be super flirtatious. She's trying to like, you know, trying to act like she's down for certain things, right? And then she's like, oh no, actually no. That's, I'm only trying to think of that word because that's what Oda is. I can't think of it. Ah, this is bothering me. No, not thirsty. Bro, I can't believe no one has said it. Usually when I'm trying to think of a word, the chat will get it. Gotta celebrate mod status somehow. Hey, thank you so much, G. Thank you, bro. Look, leading you on, that works, but that's not the word I'm thinking of. I'm thinking of a specific word. Not playing hard to get. Like all these words and phrases you guys are giving me, it's true. Like what you're saying makes sense, but I'm not thinking of that. She's a, you would say, oh, she's a blank. Oh, that girl, she kept trying to flirt with me. She kept trying to like do this and that with me. But then when it really came down to it, she didn't want to do anything. She was a, I can't think of it. Damn, it's annoying me. I can't think of it. She bamboozled you with her hoodwinks and hood swaggling. What? I think it starts with a V. I'm trying to think. I think it's like a V. It's like there's a V in it. She's or like a V or an F or something like that. She's like not a front, not a stunt, not a flexor. I can't think of it. Whatever. Vixen. No, not a vixen. Not a flirt. It's annoying me. Vamp. No, not a vamp. Vixen probably works. It probably works, but that's not the word I'm thinking of. Dang. This is really annoying me. The girl will flirt with you. She'll act like she's down to do certain things with you. She's like talking super sexual stuff like that, and then she backs out of it. She's not actually like that. You would call her, oh well, she acted like she was down, but she wasn't. She's a blank. I don't think it's a Gen Z term. It's like a millennial term. In the UK, we say frigid. We need the girls in the chat to help. Yeah, maybe they've been called that before. To the one girl watching this stream, do you know what the word is? Blackbeard propagandist. That word works, but that's not the word I'm thinking of. Fraud, trifling, trifling. No, tease, bro. Someone has to say it eventually. Come on, we gotta. You know what? We're gonna continue the chapter. Forget it. I give up. I don't know what the word is. Let's continue. It's not trifling. It's not fiend. It's. I think it's like with an F, like an F or a V. For some reason, the word frugal reminds me of that word. Like it's related somehow because of how it sounds or how it's spelled or something. Can't think of it. Whatever, let's just continue. It's not flirt. That's not the word I'm thinking of. All right, so we have fake Shanks here, okay? Fake Shanks here. Do we have any intel? I don't think it's Florida slang. Bro, you guys are actually trying to figure it out. Oh no. Yo, could you imagine if the word I'm thinking of is like I've been understanding it incorrectly and that's why you guys didn't say the word? Imagine the phrase I'm thinking of. I've been understanding it incorrectly and that's why you guys aren't saying the word. You guys will be pissed. I'm gonna ask ChatGPT. Hold on, bro. Hold on, we're going to ChatGPT. We're going to ChatGPT. Hold on. Nope, not a harlot. Siren, no. What do Americans call it when a girl acts super flirtatious and she acts like prude? Thank you so much. Dawn of Ascension, gigantic thank you so much. That was the word I was thinking of. A prude. Thank you. Thank you, Dawn of Ascension, the only one that could truly understand me. Thank you. So now I know why I said frugal, because I was like, the word frugal, like it makes me think of that word. Frugal, prude, that's why. A prude, yes. That's what it is. That was the word. So Oda is the biggest prude, bro. Oda will constantly poke at you. He'll tickle your pickle. Oda will tease you. Bro, you will be bricked up reading One Piece just to get blue balled every single time, bro. Like, Oda's a sick, twisted man. He enjoys teasing you. He gets a kick out of it, bro. Oda's a prude. I've heard of it, but it's almost a boomer term. Yeah. You know what? The reason why no one got that word is because everyone here is Gen Z, dude. You all are Gen Z. We got little 12-year-olds, man. 12-year-olds in the chat. Oda is edging us. He's a prude. Bro said F or V. Yeah, I'm sorry. I said F or V. My bad. I couldn't think of the word, bro. I'm sorry. I couldn't think of it. How do I pronounce that? Yaikin? Yaikin? What's good, bro? I'm a Gen Y millennial, and I rarely hear prude being used. I'm old out here. Smokey, you, I, and Dawn of Ascension are probably the oldest people here. Oh no, Oakley. I remember Oakley called himself out like a few chapters ago, a few weeks ago, a few months ago. I'm sorry, not Smokey. Oakley called himself out. Oakley did it himself. Oakley was like, yo, bro, I forgot how old he said. I don't want to throw out a number and be wrong, but I think don't quote me. I think he said he was like in his 30s or 40s. He was like, bro, you guys got me feeling old. I'm like 43. L, you are not 30, bro. Stop the cap. L, you are like a solid like 23, dude. 2004? 94? Oh man. We got people older than me in here. I'm old enough to remember the PS2 glory days. Oh man, PS2, GameCube. Oh man, I remember having a GameCube, and I used to have like the GameCube. When you had a certain edition, it would come with this little trial disc, and you would put the trial. It was like a game, right, on the GameCube, and it had like 20 different games on it that you could play like the demos for. And I remember I used to play the demos of the game all the time. You only used to play for like a certain amount. Who knows what I'm talking about? The GameCube had like a trial disc, and on the disc, it was like a game. You would boot it up like a game, and it had like a bunch of games on it, but it was only like demos. Who remembers that? I used to use that all the time. I had Smash Bros. Melee. That is one of the greatest video games ever made. Super Smash Bros. Melee for the GameCube, one of the greatest games ever played. Legend of Zelda, Wind Waker, Mario Kart Double Dash, the Mario parties. What else, Chad? What else was good on the GameCube? Of course, PS2 is goated. You have Def Jam, you have Twisted Metal, obviously GTA. Oh man, bro, they don't make games like that anymore, guys. They don't make games like that anymore. They just don't. Sega Dreamcast? Oh man, you are up there, my guy. I was not around for the Sega Dreamcast. Bro is up there. Bro, I had a PS1, PS2, GameCube, Game Boy, Wii. Bro, you had everything. What? Yo, bro, Sean, what kind of family were you born into? Bro had like every console. Man, this man Sean has that Elon Musk money, man. My bro is a 99 baby, and we play all the old PlayStations all the time, bro. It's amazing. And that's why PC. Guys, let's focus, man. Let's get back on topic. Look, last thing I'm gonna say on the GameCube video game topic. Look, this is why consoles will never surpass PC. Consoles would never ever in a million years be better than having a PC. The fact that I could have multiple monitors on a PC playing a video game while YouTube's open and Discord and a different program, like 10 different programs open at once, multiple monitors. Then on top of that, on PC, you could download like every emulator out there. PS1, 2, 3, 4, all the Xboxes, all the Nintendo consoles and handhelds. PSP, you could get every emulator for every console you could think of on a PC and download the ROM or the ISO and play old games for free. You know how many old PS2 games I've played? How many old GBA games I've played? PC is undefeated. Consoles will never in a million years compete to a good PC. It is not even close. Get a PC. You could play the old GameCube games for free, all of them. You could play the old Pokemon games on GBA for free. All the old PS2 games for free. By the way, this speech right here is probably going to get me locked up. Nintendo's going to be like, "How dare you preach on your live stream to use illegal content? How are you going to tell your supporters to use pirated software?" Bro, Nintendo, you won't even allow people to play those old games anymore. Like, someone's gonna have to go spend like, bro, like $1,000 on like an old handheld or an old console on eBay, and then like another couple $100 to buy that game. Like, Nintendo sucks, bro. You can't even really play the older games like that, man. What you use to play those games, need that info badly. So, bro, all that you need to play like old games, like PS1, PS2, Xbox 360, GameCube, Nintendo 64, like all those old consoles and handhelds, you only need two things. You need an emulator. An emulator is basically the console, right? Like, you would have a program on your PC that is like the console. So like, for an example, I would get a Game Boy Advanced emulator, and there's a bunch out there. You could get them for free, like really quickly. You would need the emulator for the console you want to play. That's the first thing. And then the second thing is you need the ROM or the ISO, which is basically the game. So like, for an example, let's say I wanted to play Pokemon Emerald, right? I would get a Game Boy Advanced emulator, which is a really small file. Then I would get the Pokemon Emerald ROM. It's that simple. Then I use the I like Visual Boy Advance. That's one of the emulators for GBA. I would just open the emulator. I would open Visual Boy Advance. I would load a ROM and load Pokemon Emerald. It is so simple. Do you know the guy who finds people who are muscular and squeezes their muscles? He got arrested for harassment. Well, Lone Sigma, one, that is so random. I don't know why you're posting that in the chat. Two, I mean, yeah, bro. People nowadays need to be put in their place, man. Ever since TikTok and social media took off, everyone thinks that they could just do whatever they want. They think they could walk up to someone in real life and disrespect them. They could laugh at them, be annoying, be disrespectful. Bro, social media and TikTok has turned people into like wannabe supermen. Like people think that they're that like because they're on the internet, they could do and say whatever they want. Just think that they could get away with things, right? Like I saw this prank the other day. Like this guy and his wife were at Walmart. They were just looking at the shelf. They were just shopping. And the prankster, he walks up to them and he looks at the wife. He's like, "Hey, hey, you." And the husband looks at the prankster, and the prankster then turns to the guy and he's like, "No, no, no, I'm not talking to you. Hey, you." And looks back at the wife. What's your name? You look hella fine. Bro, the level of disrespect is insane, and people do this for social media, man. So this guy that you're talking about, Lone Sigma, that like just walks up to people and grabs their body, bro, yes, that's harassment. People, you can't just do whatever you want and just disrespect people for social media, man. Social media has like warped people's minds on everything. A lot of these YouTube pranksters are fake slash scripted. Yeah, that's another thing. A lot of them are fake. Top-notch idiots were recently exposed as being completely fake. It's just all stupid, man. Better not try me with my wife or with my girl. Man, you're gonna get roasted. Yeah. Trying to disrespect a man in front of his girl that's a horrible idea. Hey, listen, you could disrespect a man if it's one-on-one. But if you disrespect a man in front of his girl, or let alone disrespect a girl in front of the man, you better hope people are praying for you. There's certain lines you don't cross, man. There's just certain lines in life that you just do not cross. What? It's not a good idea, man. And as a man, you're gonna be the leader of your wife. You're supposed to be the protector. Leon, how you doing, brother? You're supposed to be leading your girl, protecting your girl, keeping her holy, keeping her sacred, removing her blemishes, showing off her beauty like she is your prize, you know? You're supposed to be a true man. Love your wife like how Christ loved the church. Who are you if you just allow your wife to get disrespected in front of you? You can't tolerate that, let alone a man disrespecting you in front of your wife. How is she gonna look at you? Come on, to the guys in chat, you know what I'm getting at. How is your girl gonna look at you if you just allow a man to disrespect you right in front of her? Why should she respect you? And like, don't get me wrong, there are certain times where like, you gotta pick and choose your battles, right? You gotta pick and choose your battles in life. You can't go to war over everything, right? Not everything is worth going to war over. We learned about this in One Piece, but there's just certain lines you don't cross, man. Exactly, one-on-one is fine. In front of your girl, even a classy man will bring you down a peg. Yeah, I mean, I think like women shouldn't even be around like arguments and low vibrational degeneracy, evil, unwholesome places. Like, I don't think women should be involved or around a physical fight. Like, I want my woman to be holy. And don't get me wrong, that's very difficult. Like, us as men, like, we'll argue with our girl. Like, that happens, right? It's very difficult to not be bound by your flesh. It's very, very hard. Like, we got to learn to not, like, argue, including women. You shouldn't be arguing with your man. Men, you shouldn't be arguing with your women. It's extremely difficult. We all fail. I fail, right? But I think when we're very calm and we can think straight, we know that we don't want our women to be involved in physical fights. We want our women to be protected, to be perfect, no blemishes, holy, sacred, full of love. You don't want your women to be in that kind of scenario. So, for a man to try to start some kind of issue in front of the man's wife is it's just very disrespectful. But anyways, Smokey said, not gonna lie, I've beaten up people for less. Don't disrespect my mother or my girl. Other than that, we're good. Yeah, again, I mean, it's one thing if a man disrespects you in certain contexts, but it's a whole different thing if someone disrespects your mom or your wife. That's a it's a whole different scenario, bro. What's good, Amuni? Who would you rather save? Wife, mom, daughter? Wow. Well, first of all, that is not an easy answer. Amuni, I will say, first of all, that is not an easy answer. I can't say, oh, instantly this. If you asked me my perspective, I, and I'm sure no matter which answer I chose here, there will be people that disagree with me, whether I say mom or wife or daughter. I would choose. I mean, it also depends on the context, right? I don't really see, for me, I don't think it's a blanket statement. I mean, I would lean towards wife. And the reason why I would lean towards wife is because me and my wife can continue to procreate. Me and my wife can continue to make children. And I have an eternal covenant. I have an eternal vow to my wife. So I'm not trying to seek other women. So I would want to, me personally, I would want to save my wife. And if something unfortunately happens to our daughter, of course we will be heartbroken, but we can then try to procreate and have more children. And that's not to say it's an easy answer. Obviously, that's not easy. That's a horrible scenario to be in, right? Who would ever want to be in a scenario where it's like, choose your daughter, your wife, or your mom? Bro, I don't want to have to choose. Why can't I save all of them? No one wants to be in that kind of life or that predicament. But me personally, I would choose wife if I'm in a real established covenant with her, a real true marriage, because we are going to procreate and we are going to become one flesh and we are going to continue to be fruitful and continue reproducing children. That's what I would choose. But like losing your daughter is beyond horrific. That's no one would want to experience that, you know? Americans are so passionate about fighting. Yeah, 100%, Wizdraw, 100%. Everything has to be physical. Like think about the whole world star the whole world star culture. Everyone has to get into a physical fight. People have to slap, punch, spit on each other, pull out their phones, start recording, glorify fighting. Everyone start cheering and like this is degenerate. Then you have rap music to make it even worse, killing people, spinning the block. America's completely backwards. We're beyond the point of return. There's no saving this place. I mean, that's exactly why I'm leaving. Young Smokey with the 5, bro. We're going to get to the super chat and head back to the chapter after this. Smokey said, daughter, mother, wife, it's a easy choice for me because wives come and go. Your mom and kid are permanent, just like my 2 cents. Yeah, I 100% understand your sentiment, Smokey. You only have one mother in this world, right? You're not going to... I'm sure that's going to piss some people off in the stream chat. Guys, I'm sorry to say you only have one mom. Chat, we're about to get canceled. Believe it or not, hot take, you only have one mom, right? You don't have two moms, okay? You only have one mom. She can't be replaced. I 100% understand that and respect that. Losing your daughter is a beyond horrific scenario because you brought your daughter into the world. You have the moral obligation to protect your daughter. You need to be willing to die for your daughter, if anything. I completely understand that. You know, I don't fault anyone for choosing their mother. I don't fault anyone for choosing their daughter. Fault for anyone for choosing their wife. I saw people say they choose daughter. I see people choosing mother. Me personally, I would want to choose my wife because, you know, thankfully my mother brought me into this world. She's lived a lot longer than I believe my daughter is done procreating. You know, she's done bringing life in the world. And obviously I don't want to see my mom die. That is beyond terrible. I do not want to experience that. I don't think anyone does, but I would want to save my wife's life because I have an eternal devotion to her. I'm eternally tied to her, and we are here to be fruitful and keep reproducing and bringing as many children as God can bless us with. Um, but if I was in the scenario where like I had to die for my daughter, I would, I don't know, man. I would have to do it. It's just, you know how bad that would be for my daughter and my wife to not have a father figure or a husband figure. That would be terrible because now my wife would have to raise my children without me, and that's a horrible scenario. And then by the same token, losing a child is horrible. This is like these kinds of questions is not easy. This is not an easy question. In my opinion, that's just my opinion. This is not an easy question. It's a horrible situation. No one wants to be in this scenario in the first place. Young Smokey with the 10. Thank you, brother. Technically, I got two moms, my biological mom that brought me into the world and the mother who adopted me. I called her my own. Oh, okay. Smokey, I completely understand that and respect that. I think you knew what I was getting at when, you know, when I said what I said a second ago. I wasn't applying that to your scenario. Obviously, people get adopted. You know, some people go to foster families. Obviously, like they're gonna look at the person that raised them as a mother. That's not what I was speaking of. But Smokey, I think you get what I was trying to say a second ago. If not, I'm sure someone in the chat would could enlighten you. But anyway, Smokey, I completely understand you choosing your mom. I don't think in any way that's wrong or evil. You know, I don't think any of us want to be in that scenario in the first place. No one wants to be in a scenario where we had to choose between the three people we love most. It's beyond heartbreaking regardless of what you choose, you know? I did know what you were getting at. I'm just here for the lols. All right, good. Smokey, I just had to make sure. Bro. Gotta choose my daughter. Hey, I completely respect that. I can't imagine the heartbreak of losing a child. I don't have a child, but I could just imagine it would be. How do you even put it into words? You brought them into this world. You gave them life in a sense, and they pass away before you. I can't imagine the pain, you know? Dang, bro, remember I was saying I work in a weed shop. Some kids ran a car through the doors last night. Do you mean like they broke in the car? Is that what you mean? Some kids ran a car through the doors last night. Didn't steal too much. Oh, are you saying they drove the car into the front doors? Didn't steal too much products, but they did a lot of damage? Wait, are you telling me someone drove a car and crashed it into the front doors of a weed shop? Yeah? Bro. You can't be serious. That has to be America. Hey, I don't want you to dox yourself or like give up your location or anything, bro. But if you don't mind, do you mind letting us know what state that was in? Like what state that took? Well, that might give away your location. Look, if you're not comfortable saying that, then you don't have to. I completely respect that. But if you don't care, what state did that happen in? Washington, huh? You would think that that's like a Florida man, right? Florida man, something in Cali or even Atlanta. Washington? Wait, so they got a car. They got in the car and they're like, hey, you know what? I want weed. I'm going to literally crash my car into the front doors of a weed shop so I break into it and steal. We have strayed so far away from God, bro. And you know what? Those will be the same people that are like, bro, I'm not addicted to weed, bro. I'm not addicted to weed, bro. Bro, I ain't even addicted to weed, bro. I could quit weed wherever I want, bro. I'm not addicted to weed, bro. I'm not addicted. I don't need weed, bro. I can stop smoking whenever I want. Those will be the same people that say that, bro. Those will be the same people. Like, come on, bro. If you're willing to crash a car into the front doors of a weed shop, bro, don't tell me you're not addicted to weed, bro. Are they in jail right now? Like, did they get caught? Have I been to NYC subway? I have once. 253, I'm in Fed. What does that mean? Kia boys. spinning the shop. Spin the shop. Oh man. They didn't catch them? Oh my goodness. Dude. All right, anyways, guys, let's focus, man. We're only on chapter page 15. So Fake Shank says, do we have any intel that we have this girl that we presume this is a girl. We don't know if this is a girl or a guy. Who knows, man? Nowadays, bro, if you want to figure out if someone's a girl or a guy, bro, unfortunately, man, you can't just look at them. You can't even ask them. You can't even assume. You got to check their birth certificate, okay? They say all the informants we sent to Elbath reported a giant crow heading for them before their transmissions got cut off. Their weakness is beyond belief. You know, this reminds me of like Wano and Egghead, where the world government is trying to tap in and get some information and then like it gets cut off. This reminds me of Wano and Egghead. Do you guys feel the same? Do you guys get the same vibe? Do we have any intel? All the informants we sent to Elbath reported a giant crow heading for them before their transmissions got cut off. Their weakness is beyond belief. It's like, I get like the Wano vibes, the Egghead vibes, you know, Dressrosa vibes. Bro, if it was their method, or if that was their method to get weed, they are giga addicts. That's what I'm saying. That is just... This is degenerate, man. Maradi Karasu. Karasu. Oh! Eli!
Let him cook! Let him cook now!
Ooh. That giant crow heading for them before the transmissions got cut off. Karasu.
Let him
Yo, can we get a salute to my boy Pokemon Red in chat? Can we get a W Eli? Can we get a Weeli in chat? Can we get a W Pokemon Red, bro? Ooh, the Revolutionary Army. Yo, you guys know that man Karasu is cold, bro. One of the coldest characters in the entire story, Karasu. Bro, he is so cold. I hope Oda gives him a backstory. Oda, please, man. I'll do anything for a Karasu backstory. That man Karasu is so cold, bro. With the black mink, man. Bro turns into vultures. Oh, that is tough, bro. Bro has the plague mask. Plague doctor. The bird from Alabasta. What, Pell? You think it's Pell? Yeah, Pell's on Elbath, everybody. Pell is stopping the informants. It's cutting off the design, or cutting off the transmission. It's Mugen, but thinking it's Karasu is funny. Vivi's bird. Yeah, Karasu? Pell? I mean, Pell? You talking about Pell? Bro, it is not Pell. What are you smoking? You guys actually think it's Pell? You guys got to be trolling. Smokey said if they went through that store with the car to get weed to smoke, they are addicts. If it was to steal it to sell, I'd understand more. Maybe they were desperate. I don't know, man. Smokey, I just, you know, as I get older, I justify evil less and less, you know? As I grow older and grow my relationship with Christ, I'm like, man, we need to grow our relationship with Christ. We need to put our love and our true, full trust in him. You know, having trust in Christ allows us to lower the pressure on us. If we trust in him and we trust in his word and we know that he will always be there for us, we will always be his child. He will always protect us and guide us. That's less pressure on us, and we don't have to do evil and justify evil, you know? Blackbeard has a point. It's probably Karoo. Wait, are you talking about the duck? Karoo, the duck? The duck in Alabasta is this crow? No, you guys are trolling. Karoo, the duck of Alabasta, is the crow Shanks is talking about. Wannabe Shanks. No, bro, I'm talking about Vivi's pet bird that is always with her. Is he in this chapter?
Oh my god, dog.
Are you telling me this crazy crow that somehow stops the world government and the Holy Knights and their informants, this crow that stops the informants of the Holy Knights was Karoo? You know what, man? I think we're done here, bro. No, it's not that mother ducker. I think we're done here. The crack smoke in this stream chat is too much for me, man. I'm starting to catch the fumes of the crack smoke you guys are enjoying, bro. Karoo for Pirate King. All right. I'm done just standing by and listening. This is the definition of impertinence. Okay, she got reverse eyes. Why is her eye like that? Weird eye. Okay, she got a little Revolutionary Army goggles. Whoa, is she a former Rev? Whoa, dun dun dun. Yo, inhale evil. We're going on a fantasy trip. Yo, chat, she has the Revolutionary Army goggles. She might be a former Rev. Little army coat. Hey, you know what? You know what I find funny, guys? Why does, ever since Egghead, why does Oda have to draw every girl in panties, bro? Do you guys really think there's a girl out there that would wear a coat where the back of the coat reaches her, like her lower calf? The coat literally goes beyond her hands, but then she walks around in panties? How is this realistic? She's, bro, what? You know what? There are probably women that dress like this. They're all on OnlyFans. They're all Jezebels. Bro, Oda, why? Why? What is this outfit? Why is she in panties like this? She's literally wearing a coat, dude. It's a coat. It's damn near a turtleneck. Dude. He's just appreciating God's work. Yo, Kai, don't give me that excuse. What is Brooke's response when he sees this? How is Brooke gonna respond? Bro, ain't no way a Rev would turn traitor and join the world government. I actually think that would be a fun twist. Like, don't get me wrong, every Rev member should be willing to die for the Revs. They're all extremely thorough. They're all devoted. I love that. That makes sense because of their core position in the story. But it would be cool to have like one character, you know, throw a curveball with one character and have one of them turn their back. You know? I think Oda does that a lot. Oda likes to establish patterns. Oda likes to establish like themes and prerogatives. Then he always throws a curveball. Right? Oh, there's 4 emperors in One Piece. There's Yonko, 4 emperors. These guys have monstrous hockey, monstrous devil fruits. They own all this land. But then Oda throws a curveball and makes Buggy a Yonko. Oh, you can only have 1 devil fruit. You can't have more than 1 devil fruit. If you eat a second devil fruit, you'll die. Oda throws a curveball. 2 arcs later, Blackbeard has 2 devil fruits. You see this time and time and time again, Oda establishing these themes and throwing a curveball there. So I don't think one traitor of the Revs is bad. Just one, you know? I won't let it stand. Don't be too hasty, Gunko. Oh, is that Fenrir? Is that Fenrir? Dude, I do not want to go to Skid Row. I've seen videos on YouTube of Skid Row. It looks terrible. But to be honest, women got weird. Just remember this 1,000 years ago in 12 hours. Or remember this 1,000 guys in 12 hours. British OF girl with blue and... Yeah, I know what you're talking about. That was disgusting. I saw someone post a picture from it. It's completely disgusting. You know, like back in 1915, we saw women, you know, dressing beautifully and modestly, holding signs on how they want the right to vote, right? You know, a little bit of freedom for women. Fast forward 100 years, 2015, we now have women walking the streets with their entire bosoms out with the word slut written on them. Where did we go wrong? In fact, I can tell you where we went wrong. Who is the one that started the first 3-4 waves of feminism? Who was it, chat? The world may never know. Who was it? Who started feminism? Who pushes abortion more than anyone else? Who could it be? Who owns Cornhub to trick women into that lifestyle? Who is it? Who owns OnlyFans? I wonder. Who owns Tinder and Grindr and all of this stuff? Who owns it? Can someone tell me, please? If we're going to talk about how women were tricked and deceived into living this nasty, degenerate lifestyle where they got to sell themselves short. Women are beautiful. Women have empathy. Women have courage in their own way. They're amazing at raising kids. Without mothers, we're nothing. We went and deceived them into sick, nasty degeneracy. How though? Who pushed it though? Who pushed it? Tell me, please. I want to know, because you can fact check this. Every single time, it's always the same over and over, bro. And it's sad. It's sad. Because us men, what if we have a daughter? What are we gonna do? The only thing you could do is what? Homeschool her? Homeschool her. Do not put her in public school, especially in America. Homeschool her. Put her in church. Put her in community sports and pray. Cross your fingers and pray. Homeschool, community sports in her community, you know, athletics and stuff, and church. That's your only hope. If she goes to college, it's over. if she goes to an American college, an American university, it is over. It's over. It's over, bro. Why does God choose them? I want your thoughts on that. God didn't choose them. In Romans 2, chapter 28, verse 29, it says, "For he is not a Jew who is one outwardly, for circumcision is not merely outward in the flesh, but he is a Jew who is one inwardly. Circumcision is of the heart by the Spirit, not by the letter. His praise is not from men, but is from God." Being a Jew has nothing to do with the outward. It has to do with the inward. That's for one. We turn to Philippians chapter 3, verse 3. It says, "For we are the true circumcision." Okay, so going back to the inward Jew. "For we are the true circumcision, we who serve God by his Spirit and boast in Christ Jesus." So let me get this straight. Being a Jew has nothing to do with the outward. It has to do with serving God by his Spirit, and it has to be by boasting in Christ Jesus. Who are the Jews then? What about Hagar, the two wives of Abraham, Hagar and Sarah? Hagar was a bondage woman. She was of the flesh. She was of slavery. She was not of the promise like Sarah was. And who was Sarah's child? Isaac of the promise. One descendant, one seed, Jesus Christ. Paul told us himself, Apostle Paul, St. Paul told us himself that if you are a descendant of Christ, if you are a believer of Christ, you are therefore a descendant of Abraham. So don't give me this garbage that we was God's chosen people, we was Israel, we was Jacob, we was Abraham, oy vey, we was Jacob. No, you are not. You are Eastern European. That's what you are. Revelation chapter 2 verse 9 talks all about you. I know all about you, bro. It was in Jesus' own words. What does it say in Revelation chapter 2 verse 9? What does it say in Revelation chapter 3 verse 9? Garbage. It says, it points out the garbage. That's what it says. Oh, we was Jacob. No, you weren't. You literally have Eastern European DNA. Chat, can someone tell me where Ashkenazi Jew DNA comes from? I'll give you a hint. It's not Middle East. It's not the Middle East. I'll give you a hint. Why do you think they all get skin cancer out there? It's all traced to Eastern European. So you don't even have the DNA to begin with. And even if you had the DNA, it's not about being an outward Jew. It's about being an inward Jew. But you don't boast in Christ Jesus. You want to know, you want to know who God's people are? Who God's true people? The true people who love God, they love Jesus. That's who it is. Bro, ethnic Jew, listen, you either believe in Christ or you don't. You either believe in Christ or you don't. There's no other way. The Bible's clear. If you're not following God, you're following Satan. If you want to deny the Son, look at Jesus's parable. Look at what Jesus said in the parable of the landowner. I've talked about this many times on stream. Jesus himself told the Jews, listen, there was a vine owner who had his own vineyard. In this vineyard, there was lots of slaves that were working on the vines. The landowner, the vine owner, he saw how the vine growers were killing his slaves. So the landowner sent more slaves to the vineyard. He sent more slaves to the land. The vine growers again kept killing the slaves. Then Jesus said, okay, how about this? The landowner, the vine owner, said he's going to send his son, because surely the vine growers won't kill his son. They won't kill the son of the landowner. They would never do that. The landowner sends his son, and the vine growers killed. They saw his son and they said, hey, that's the son, that's the heir. Let's kill him and seize his inheritance. And they went and they killed the son, just like how they were killing the slaves. Do you know what that's a parable of? Can you tell me? Jesus then went on to say that those vine growers who killed the slaves and killed the son of the landowner, they will be casted out into darkness, for they are not his people. And the vine owner will get new people that love and respect the son, to take care of the vineyard, and to take care of the fruits and the vines. Do you know what that is? What do you think that parable is? The vine owner is God. The vineyard is Israel. The slaves were prophets. Who were the vine growers originally? We know who they were. They killed the son. They tried to seize the inheritance. And then they got replaced by new vine growers that love and appreciate the son, that respect and follow the vine owner. Jesus' own words. And those people that turn their back on the son, turn their back on the son of the landowner, are casted out into outer darkness. This is what Jesus said. Young Smokey with the 10, bro. Thank you. Who is the one guy in the Bible that Satan and God made a bet on, where Satan told God, if you took everything you gave him, wife, kids, land, and home, he would not worship you, but God won? Was it Job? Yes, that's Job. That is the story of Job, yes. And Job went through tremendous suffering. There's all sorts of interpretations about the book of Job and his story. One that I would like to present. I don't want to spend too much time, because I keep saying we're going to focus on the chapter and we're not, but I don't want to ignore your super chat, Smokey. One interpretation I would like to offer to you is that the book of Job is showing you how you don't need to understand why you're suffering. You don't always need to have the answer. You don't always need to know, why am I suffering? Why am I struggling? Why am I going through trials? Why am I going through tribulation? What matters more than understanding why you're suffering is trusting God. That's what matters more. Stop worrying about, why is this happening to me? Why me? Why am I suffering? Why am I going through the pain? Why do I have to face these trials? Why do I have to be crucified? Stop worrying about the why and start focusing on trusting him and believing in him. Trust in God, depend on him, lean on him. Don't lean on your own understanding, lean on God's. I think for me, that's the biggest takeaway in the story of Job. You don't need to understand, man. And we all go through trials and tribulations. I struggle a lot, bro. I go through a lot of suffering. I went through some of the worst pain in life, bro. I've been to the absolute pits of hell before. I've been through horrible things, but you don't always need to understand your suffering. You need to trust God, trust in him, and grow in your faith, because we know that St. Paul tells us that that struggle and pain and suffering is what builds perseverance. And through building perseverance, that's what makes your character. And having a good character with lots of integrity and perseverance is what allows you to derive hope from God in Christ Jesus. Talmud is horrible and terrible. Judaism puts the Talmud on a higher level than the Torah. Go ask the rabbis. Hey, rabbi, what you doing? Hey, rabbi, what has more precedent? What has more power, rabbi? The Talmud or the Torah? I bet you they say Talmud. Bro, I stubbed my pinky toe on the coffee table and instantly told God to stop sending me the toughest battles. What St. Paul said sounds like Buddhism. I mean, he definitely isn't on the Buddhism side, but What if celestial dragons are using slaves to pull the vines that are connected to the devil fruits, and the vines are also connected to God Valley? That's pretty interesting. I never thought of that. Like Emu making slaves and Marie Joie work on the devil fruit origins. That's actually pretty cool. I don't know how far Oda would be willing to go to have, you know, because like if there's a devil fruit tree, I think that's a very close held secret. Now, would Oda be willing to have this crazy worldwide secret known to slaves? So that would be a little tricky. Although Oda could have a scenario where the slaves, they'll never leave Marie Joie, they'll never leave the castle, so they're forced to be there, so the information can't leak out. I guess you could make that argument. But in terms of the vines and roots and stuff like that of devil fruits going to God Valley, I don't know if I necessarily would agree with that or look at it that way. I think that the Sunlight Tree Eve is where devil fruits come from, if they come from a tree. I don't think it would be tied to God Valley. It seems like the whole God Valley incident was more so about like, hey, there's this island, they call it God Valley for some reason. Well, let's go raid it, right? And then on top of that, we know that they have a lot of resources. That's what they cited. That's what they cited for taking down God Valley and doing the native hunting game like what they do in Palestine, because of natural resources. I don't know if it would be something like Devil Fruit Origins. I'd pay $100 just to see Evil in a freestyle for fun. Y'all gotta admit, Evil is intelligent, not even trying to kiss A, but he might be the most creative theorist in the community. Thank you, brother. I appreciate that, man. I appreciate the support, bro. You know, it's good to see some love every now and then, because, you know, I'm always getting roasted, bro. Hey, I'll gladly get roasted. I'll gladly take the fall, bro. You know, you guys roasting me, you guys calling me Charlos and Mr. 3 and Yapper. But it's nice to see some support every now and then and love. So Wisher, I appreciate it. When you say freestyle, do you mean like a freestyle theory session? Where I just freestyle, I freestyle with theories? Or what do you mean by freestyle exactly? Where can I send a Kuma outfit to go with your Bible? You want me to open up a P.O. box so you can send me a Kuma outfit? That would be kind of funny. Let me think about that. Let me think about that, Blackbeard propagandist. That's funny. Just want to say, I do think you're too critical of Judaism, but I also am 100% free Palestine. Israel as a state is fascistic. So me personally, and I don't know if you're even saying this, Kai, but I don't tie the whole free Palestine thing into my view on Judaism. I don't. I see how the Talmud was written by rabbis at a meeting, right? And they use that as more, there's more precedent, there's more power in the Talmud than the Torah for them. And what does the Talmud say about little girls? Look what it says about Jesus Christ. Look what it says about Mother Mary. I'm not standing for that. They are not racially Jewish. They're not spiritual Jews. They do not boast in Christ Jesus. They push degeneracy. They believe in 8 genders. I don't stand for that at all. So, you know, it's funny though, because like it says in the book of Revelations, during the end times, a lot of Jews will become Christian. Hey, we'll accept them with open arms, bro. We'll accept them with open arms. I'll accept anyone. I would love for people to find Christ. And no, we haven't finished the chapter. We'll probably never finish this chapter, bro. we're gonna be here all night. No, off the beat, like a small TTV episode where you and some other guest. Evil and Hassan aren't afraid to bring up the political aspects of One Piece. When Hassan was on the Trash Taste podcast, they were too afraid to admit that One Piece has politics in it. Bro, if you don't want to admit that One Piece has politics in it, you're like a little baby sheep. You're a sheep. You just want to be a part of the flock. You just want to be a part of the herd. You're too scared to speak up because you know that people are going to be upset and they're not going to like it. You're a sheep. You're not realistic. You're not honest. Either you're a sheep or you're not reading One Piece. Which one is it? I have 2 options for you. You're either a sheep because you're too scared to admit that One Piece is political, or you're being intellectually dishonest. You don't understand that it's obviously political. The whole idea of One Piece is that there's a hidden One Piece treasure that's hidden because of the world government, and the world government pushes these crazy laws, and the world government kills nations, and the world government takes control of all these islands and lands, and the world government does this, the world government does that. The whole world is ruled and manipulated by the world government over and over and over and over and over. Oh, the Marines though. Well, what about the Marines? Wait, the One Piece Marines work for who? Oh, the world government. Like, how could you ever argue that One Piece is not political? That is such a stupid take. You would either, I'm telling you, there's only two options. Either option one, I'm too scared to call One Piece political because if I call One Piece political, people are gonna get mad. They're gonna make fun of me. They're gonna call me creditless. That's option number one. You're a sheep. Or option number two, you're just not using your brain, bro. You're just straight up not using your brain. One Piece as a story would not be anything if it wasn't for Emu and the world government. This story would literally not exist. The only reason that the ancient kingdom fell and that Nika died and Joy Boy died and there's all these poneglyphs is because of what? Emu and the world government. So trying to argue that like One Piece isn't political is so stupid. Did we not have a whole Reverie arc? What? We just saw that all these kings, all these presidents, all these political leaders around the One Piece world meet up during the Reverie. They meet up during the Reverie to make laws about the world. And you're going to argue that One Piece isn't political. That is such a stupid take. Who provokes, bro? You know who provoked me? Stupidity provoked me. Bro, stupidity pisses me off, bro. Stupidity and dishonesty. World War evil, bro. It became political during Eni's lobby and hasn't slowed down since. Exactly. Bro, you don't even have to push an agenda. It's just clear. I think it was L that said a second ago, even religious. Trying to argue that One Piece has no religious inspiration, no religious themes is so stupid. You're not being honest, bro. That is just a dumb take. And look, I'm going to be respectful. I'm not going to say that you are stupid. I just think like that opinion is stupid because it makes no sense. And like, how much of One Piece do you have to ignore to believe it has nothing to do with religion, nothing to do with politics? Give me a break, bro. So chat, don't let anyone tell you that One Piece isn't political or One Piece isn't religious. That is completely ignorant, completely arrogant, just baseless. You know how much of the story you have to not be digesting to have that opinion? How much of One Piece do you not understand? Wait, let me get this straight. You claim to love One Piece. You love One Piece. It's the greatest story, but you don't think it's political. You don't think it's religious. Do you even understand One Piece? You must not understand One Piece then. And you know what? Another thing that pisses me off about this is because Oda is using politics and real world religion to drive his fans into believing a certain thing, into having a certain worldview. Oda is adding genocide, human trafficking, Jesus Christ, all of these things into One Piece to have the readers think a certain way. If we think that it's so bad that God Valley was genocided, imagine how we're going to look at Palestine now. Oda wants to create a real life Joy Boy. He wants to change the world. He wants to show people what exists in real world is in One Piece. And if you think it's bad in One Piece, then why don't you say something about the real world? Oda's teaching us about the real world and life through One Piece. And he wants to raise a Joy Boy. The government is literally directly involved in the plot. Exactly. How could it's just foolish. It's foolish, bro. It's foolish. Giving them the benefit of the doubt, probably aren't caught up to Eni's lobby. Ah, come on. Dude, if we're in 2025, if we're in 2025 and you're not even at Eni's lobby, don't even talk about One Piece, bro. You're way too you need to read more, bro. Religious, maybe yes, but Christian, no. He wouldn't have characters like Ivankov if it was Christian. Just because there's characters that would go against Christian ideals doesn't mean that One Piece isn't inspired by Christianity. Just like how the Bible has events, the Bible tells you history. It just, there's certain parts of the Bible, especially Old Testament, it's not giving you laws and regulations in certain aspects. It's just telling you history, right? So in this context, having things in the story that don't relate to Christianity doesn't mean it's not inspired by Christianity. But that's like saying like oh, One Piece doesn't preach good themes because there's bad things in One Piece. Like, you know, you would never believe that, right? You know, you would never agree with that, right? Like, I think we all can agree that One Piece strives for freedom, it strives for love, unity, respect. I think we all believe that. But then by that same token, you could say, oh, well, look at all the bad things characters in One Piece do. Obviously, that's to show you the bigger picture, you know? So it's the same thing with Christianity inspiration. I don't think every single thing in One Piece would have to align with Christian worldviews. Even in the Bible, there's history, there's events that don't align with Christian law, that didn't align with the law of Moses, the Mosaic law. But guys, let's focus on this chapter, guys. Let's finish it up. It is almost 3 o'clock, guys. It is almost 3 o'clock. But Ivankov is undoubtedly a good guy, and he is literally trans. Yeah, good people commit sin. That's just the world we live in. Good people commit sin. If someone tries to tell you they don't commit sin, they're a liar. Everyone commits sin. I sin. I sin on a daily basis. Sometimes, bro, I can't even control my righteous anger. Sometimes I jump to conclusions. Sometimes I like, when I see certain things online, bro, I like lash out. Bro, I am filled with sin, but how can we ever show our love for God? How can we ever prove to God that we love him without a savior? We need a savior, bro. We need a savior. There's no way our works could ever fulfill our love for God and show him that we want to be with him for all eternity. It's exactly why we need a savior. So bro, trans people can be good people. That doesn't mean that they should freely live in their sin. Just like any other person, everyone sins. But Kai, I appreciate it, brother. Love you, man. Tremendously love you, bro. It's good to have these conversations, bro, back and forth. You know, with these conversations, bro, when I turn off the stream, I almost like forget we had them. When we all debate, it's like we forget it ever happened, you know? Just calm it in safe grace as much as possible. Yeah, man, it's something I gotta work on, bro, because like I see how like certain people online treat women, and then I see how certain people online treat men, bro. That just they're sowing division. It is the work of Satan to divide men and women. You divide men and women, society's over, bro. If you divide man and woman, society is over. It is over. Where do we leave off at? Okay. We got real Blackbeard propagandist with the 5 gifted W Blackbeard propagandist, bro. Thank you so much, bro. Real propagandist is Door Handle, by the way, guys. If I'm not mistaken, he said that earlier this stream. Door Handle changed his name to Real Blackbeard propagandist. Thank you so much, bro. I'm pretty sure you super chatted earlier. Now you're giving memberships. Thank you so much, bro. God bless you. I'm gonna continue praying for you, Real Blackbeard propagandist. I'm gonna be praying for you and your child, you and your family, bro. I hope God establishes a true union and relationship and family with you and your loved ones and your child. I hope everything works out. I'll continuously pray for you, and make sure you pray without ceasing, bro. Put your trust in him, man. Don't walk around with too much pressure. Okay, I'm telling you this for your benefit, Blackbeard propagandist. Life has too much pressure. There's so much pressure on our shoulders, especially as men. The whole world is weighing on our shoulders. You can't do this world. You can't live this world alone. Put your faith and trust in Jesus Christ. Trust in him, bro. God bless you, Door Handle, aka Blackbeard propagandist. And we got L with the 5. Thank you, brother. Luffy will get 11 members. I think Oda won't count Judas as a true apostle. Yeah, so I would say, we've talked about this before, I think Luffy relating to Jesus is in the context of Book of Revelations Jesus. I would say like Oda's gonna blend things. Oda never takes an inspiration from an outside source and applies it to One Piece in the exact same way. Okay, you said I meant Luffy won't have a Judas. Okay, so just to clarify for other people though, L, Oda is never gonna grab something from real life and make it the exact same thing in One Piece. He always changes little things about it. I have many examples of this. But regarding Jesus, I believe Joy Boy, this guy of the advanced ancient kingdom, I believe that was Jesus when Jesus was born from Mary, Blessed Mother Mary, and he had his apostles, right? But Luffy now in modern day One Piece, that's Jesus's return. And we see this like abundantly when they say that Nika's coming back, Nika's coming back, Nika's coming back. And wait a second, Nika's back through the vessel of Luffy. So again, we know, in case you guys don't know, Jesus, he was born of Mary. He had his earthly ministry. He had 12 disciples. He had 12 apostles, and they went and they created the church and they spread the truth of Jesus Christ. I believe that is the ancient Joy Boy. But we know in the Bible, the last book of the Bible, book of Revelation, this was revelation given to Saint John, Apostle John, who was a disciple of Jesus. And in the book of Revelations, Saint John, aka Apostle John, I call him Saint John, he wrote visions from Jesus. In the book of Revelations, he literally wrote things Jesus said in the vision because they told him to write it down. And in the book of Revelations, it talks about how in the end times of earth, Jesus is going to come back and essentially take down the Antichrist. And that's a whole different topic. But I believe that return of Jesus at the end of the Bible, book of Revelation, that's Luffy. For how long is Evil Live just got here? We might end soon, bro. We've been live for a while. Guys, can anyone confirm how long we've been streaming? Viswa says 1:30 at night. I'm going to sleep. Bye-bye. Hey, Viswa, have a nice night, brother. Take care, man. God bless you guys. Can we get some salutes for Viswa on his way out? Just drop a little salute for Viswa in chat, guys. I can't believe, Viswa, you're staying up to almost 2 a.m. watching a stream like this, bro. It takes a different kind of sicko to watch a stream that long, that late. But Viswa, take care, brother. Take care, bro. Yeah, we've been on since 11 EST. Yeah, we got to finish the chapter, bro. I'm trying. I'm trying, bro. I'm trying. But L, let me know what you think about that Jesus tangent, because it's interesting because like at the same time, I do think Luffy will blend with the original Jesus, right? Jesus's first arrival. So it's tricky. Like I do think Luffy will have 12 disciples, but without a Judas, you know? It would have to be like a blend, you know? But that's just my opinion. All right, guys, let's continue. Dog, ga, 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 ga. Eat him up, wolf. Hey, stay back if you want to keep breathing. Gunko, okay? So she's twirling the bandages and it has an arrow. This is just like the arrow in the throne room. Do you guys remember the throne room? When there was like that little demon Satan tail that Emu was using in the throne room? Who remembers that? We called it in the spoilers. So she's using the little bandages, is wrapping around the dog's head. Is this Fenrir? Hey, wolf. Oof. And she got Fenrir. And don't we know that in Norse mythology, Loki has a pet dog or like a pet wolf or something like that? So this would line up with Norse mythology. I think all of us religious scholars in chat should have a Reverie style stream. I think I would definitely come on. Yeah, that would be really fun. People have been asking for a Reverie or for a religious stream. We got to set that up. If I ever did a religious stream, what I would probably do is have a stream where the title of the stream has to be something like One Piece is religious, change my mind. And then what we would do is we would, on my Discord server, you guys can join, we would go into a voice channel and I would talk to people one-on-one, right? One-on-one voice chat on the stream. I think that would be like a format I would want to do. One Piece is religious, change my mind, and you guys join Discord, you guys join the voice channel and we debate back and forth. I give each person like 15-20 minutes or something like that, and then we move on to the next person. I think something like that would be good. I haven't set it up yet. Let me know what you guys think though. because as much as I want to do like a religious stream, I still need to tie it to One Piece. Because at the end of the day, this is a One Piece channel, you know. Okay, Eddie, I'm 1000% in for that. I'll turn on your Discord notifications. All right. Be the first to start it up. I'll have to start it up. I want 5 people talking over each other. It'll be more fun. Yo, could you just imagine? You hear people saying, Jesus, Muhammad, Buddha. Just all this screaming and all. You just hear all these people. Oh, well, St. Paul said, in the Quran it said, in the Old Testament. Everyone just screaming at each other. Evil, you're just the GOAT. I love your theories, especially the one of Tritoma. Tritoma? You're the king of YouTube. No YouTuber will ever surpass you. So I love you so much. I don't care if they ban me right now. Evil, you are a GOAT. Hey, thank you for the love, Lone Sigma. If you love me and you think I'm the greatest YouTuber and you really look up to me, I want to tell you, I am nothing compared to Jesus Christ. May all glory go to him. May I glorify him. May I fulfill his will. May I show you that I could never compare to Jesus Christ. All of my knowledge, all of my strength, all of my bravery, all of my courage, all of my wisdom, all of my everything is because of Jesus Christ. It's all glory to him. So if you love me and you think I'm so smart and I'm so strong and I'm so this and I'm so that, you should love Jesus Christ instead. He's far better than I could ever be. Next page. Wolf. If we were to spare him, would you change your mind then? Okay, so we got Shanks. We got Shanks. Again with the covered face. Again with the covered face. Jesus could shoot a 3-pointer from space. If we were to spare him, would you change your mind then? Grr, grr. So that's how you operate, huh? Well, if that was your offer, I'd accept my friend's fate and wish him peace in death. It's okay to grieve and rage, but a warrior never kicks and screams in the face of death. I'll swallow all my fury and use it to fuel me when I reduce this world to rubble. That's chapter 1136. And that's chapter 1136.
Let him cook now.
Make sure you guys like the stream. Comment down below how you feel about the chapter. Rate it 1 to 10. Like the stream. If you haven't already, subscribe to the channel. And if you haven't already as well, hit the notification bell so you don't miss future streams and content. Let me know how we feel about this chapter, guys. I'll give this chapter a high 8 to a low 9, okay? I'll give this chapter a high 8 to a low 9. This was a good chapter. We're making progression. The Straw Hats are getting the key to free Loki. We have the Holy Knights. Apparently, they want to make Loki a Holy Knight. This is some great revelation. Apparently, we come to find out that there's ancient history in One Piece, ancient history in Elbaf specifically, called Harley, according to the unofficial translations. We also get a new Nika silhouette. Pretty sick, pretty cool. Okay. Well, I'll give this chapter a high 8 to a low 9. I wouldn't say this chapter's too crazy, but I wouldn't say this chapter's mid. It's not crazy, but it's not mid. This is a good chapter. I think it's necessary. Oda's continually building up the arc. He's fueling the progression. He's spinning the wheels. The cogs are turning. And I'm excited to see what we get next chapter. Are we going to see Luffy, Nami, and Zoro run into these 2 Holy Knight members? Are we going to see that? Yes or no? In the next chapter, 1137, which apparently there's no break next week, will we be seeing the original trio, Nami, Zoro, and Luffy, running into the Holy Knights? If we do, that's going to be very wild. It's going to be very interesting to see Luffy's reaction to this Shanks. Whether it's Shanks himself, whether it's his brother, his clone, whatever it is, his twin, whatever. Are we going to see Luffy running into this man? Let me know what you guys think. Real Blackbeard, propagandist with the 5. Thank you, brother. He said, thanks, man, and sorry about that message in Discord. I was drunk AF. And also, thanks. Yo, I low-key forgot about the message for a second. I remember what you're talking about. I was drunk AF. And also, thanks, chat. I be going through it with the courts, so I've been drinking heavy. Guys, we need to give a prayer to Real Blackbeard propagandist. That is Door Handle, the usual supporter, our usual friend. He changed his username. Door Handle changed his username, the Real Blackbeard propagandist. Guys, if we could just pray for him and his family, help his family unite and be a true unit, one flesh, that would mean a lot to me. Just send your prayers to him. And of course, Real Blackbeard propagandist, thank you for the support, brother. Thank you for the constant support in the chat, the super chats. I think you got a membership as well, right? Thank you, bro. And we got L with the 2. L said, One Piece is not religious. Hashtag evil bait. Okay, listen, L, this is why we don't love you, bro. This is why you're gonna lose mod. This is why we clown you. This is why we compare you to Bon Clay. You and Bon Clay are on the same timing. L, this is why your name is L, bro. This is why your name is L. You are a walking L. You are a walking L. I'm not even going to respond to that. And now we have Simon saying that Israel is a peaceful nation. Oh my goodness. Chat, where's the bleach, dude? Where's the bleach? You ignored my stash, super? Wait, where is it? G with the membership, 13 months for the membership. 3, could you please explain every detail in One Piece that makes it religious and political? You know what, man? No, I don't think I will. No, I won't. I won't explain. It's up to you to figure it out, dude. You figure it out. I'm not your daddy. It's for you to figure out. Where's this super chat about the mustache? I don't see it. Oh, L with the 2. Thank you, brother. Uneven stash check. We really got to do this right now? Bro, I'm telling you. Look, it's perfect. It's a lighting, bro. Whenever I get screwed over with the stash check, it's the lighting. It's the lighting. It's the lighting. Okay, why is One Piece religious? Why is One Piece inspired by Christianity? Well, first of all, Christianity is true. Second of all, Jesus Christ is your Lord and Savior. Third of all, we see how the One Piece world has an Adam tree and an Eve tree and a tree of knowledge. Wait a second, that's from Genesis in the Bible. The Holy Bible. Which we also see in One Piece, right? Kuma has a Bible, right? But what else do we know about Kuma? Oh, his family ran a church. Not a synagogue, a church. Okay? We also know that Kuma, he likes to pray. He prays in the church, man. He loves to pray. What does he pray to, though? What does Kuma pray to in a church? Oh, a cross. That's right, a cross. Well, what is Kuma then? What was he then? Oh, he was a pastor. Yeah, when Kuma was 17, he would read the Bible, pray to a cross as a pastor. Well, does that exist in real life? Yes. Jesus had an apostle named Bartholomew. Interesting. Interesting. Then we come to find out that Kuma, who does he worship? Who is this sun god? What is this cross he's praying to? Sun god Nika. But wait a second, in real life, we know there's a famous symbol, there's a famous phrase, famous Christian symbol that's called ICXC Nika. Wait. So this is all just a coincidence. Adam tree, Eve tree, tree of knowledge, which is obviously the book of Genesis. You have the Bible, you have the church, you have the praying to the cross with a pastor, same one that followed Jesus, praying to Son God Nika, the Son of God. ICXC Nika means Jesus Christ conquers. That is literally the Greek word for Jesus Christ conquering. Come to find out, they say that Nika will return and she'll show up out under the sun and bring freedom. That's just like how in the book of Revelations, we were talking about this not long ago. In the book of Revelations, Jesus will come back. Crazy. Now we know that there's a holy land. Marijwa, there's a holy land, right? There's this important holy land in One Piece called Marijwa. Come to find out in real life, there also is a holy land that was also connected to Jesus. What a coincidence. But this holy land in real life, it's not called Marijwa, it's called Israel. Holy land in One Piece, Marijwa. Holy land in real life, Israel. Both of them have something to do with the God. Jesus, crazy. Come to find out, this Holy Land Israel was funded, and they were built in modern day society. Look at the Balfour Declaration, by the Rothschilds. The Rothschilds, an Ashkenazi Jew dynasty, funded and created Israel. That's why there's endless districts and libraries and streets in Israel that is named after the Rothschilds. And Rothschilds are known, you could go find this everywhere, it's everywhere, that the Rothschilds pumped in millions, if not billions of dollars to form Israel, this holy land. Even though God finished his work in Jerusalem, the true Jerusalem is in heaven, where church is. Look, Rothschilds, again, Ashkenazi Jew family. Star of David, that's what Jews are known for. The Star of David, you can find it in the Bible. It's called the Star of Remphan. And where else do we see this this star with like sigils? Oh, we see it from the world government. Well, yet again, look at this star with the sigils. This is just like Judaism sigils. Then we have the Gorse, we have Saint Saturn.
You are Jewish. You are Jewish. You are Jewish. You are Jewish.
So if you don't think One Piece is religious, if you don't see the vision, then you don't see the vision. Who said hey, you said I was coping? Star David equals 666. Yeah, that's true, bro. The star, yo, come on. They're gonna have to get that symbol on their right hand and their forehead so that they can buy and sell. Hey, I know exactly what you're talking about. Are you talking about this? I'm a Jew, but I'm a Jew spiritually. I'm a spiritual Jew. I serve God by his spirit and boast in Christ Jesus. That's what a spiritual Jew is. Boasting in Christ Jesus, that's what makes you a spiritual Jew. You're talking about this? Whoa. No. It's a coincidence. Simon, it's a coincidence. It's a coincidence, bro. Like, who cares that they killed God? Who cares that the Talmud is in every single synagogue and it says that he's burning in hell and that Mother Mary was a prostitute? Bro, who cares? It's just a coincidence. It's a coincidence. It's just a coincidence. They were sent God. They were sent the Messiah and they still denied him. It's a coincidence. Now, don't you dare blame anything on them. You should instead blame the white man. The white man's the devil. Everything bad is because of the white man. It's all them. Young Smokey with a 5. Thank you, bro. I can't wait for the day we get a chapter and the title is Marshall D. Teach. That would be pretty fire. Marshall D. Teach. And that's just the title, bro. Yo, that'll have to be like a chapter where we see Blackbeard's backstory. Like maybe it's the arc of Luffy versus Blackbeard, and like they're in the middle of the fight, or the fight's about a star or something like that. They're in the beginning of the fight, and then Oda makes the title of the chapter Marshall D. Teach, and it's his backstory. Hey, I'm here for it. Bro, can you read Johan's theory? Yes, I'm gonna check it out. And guys, we're gonna wrap up soon, okay? Johan says Nika is inspired by Kokopelli. It's a black design, and Link from the game Zelda, a link to the past, and therefore indirectly Peter Pan. Whoa, wait. So Nika goes to Kokopelli, and then Kokopelli goes to Link, and then Link goes to Peter Pan? Huh. Interesting. Let me see. Oh, this. You think this is Nika? This reminds me, hey, Johan, what is that one like Brazilian Amazon rainforest like deity with the red hair and the green grass? Do you know who I'm talking about? That's what this reminds me of. The real Peter Pan was demonic. Yo, the Peter Pan original was talking about Pleasure Island, bro. Treasure Island, Pleasure Island. They were on their Epstein beat. They were on that Epstein typing. Blah, blah, blah. They were on that Epstein timing. Thank you for the super chat, L. But hold on. Pinocchio is interesting. See, my gripe, Johan, with Pinocchio is that with Laboon, right? Think of Crocus and Laboon. There was no Pinocchio figure. But when you think about Jonah getting swallowed by the whale, there was no Pinocchio figure. So it almost seems like Crocus and Laboon fit more for Jonah and the whale over Pinocchio. But maybe you're not drawing that. Maybe that's not what you're saying, Johan. Correct me. Maybe you're not trying to say that like the Pinocchio inspiration of One Piece is Crocus and Laboon. Maybe you're using a different reasoning. Because think about it this way, right? Crocodile. Isn't Crocodile inspired from Pinocchio? I was just kidding about glazing evil. I only use ChatGPT because people bully him and not enough people glaze him, and I found it kind of funny. Hey, listen, bro, I got thick skin, man. I got thick skin. Until someone pushes a stupid agenda, then I won't have thick skin. Then I'll get pissed. But I got thick skin, bro. Can I get a PowerPoint on this, please? I need visuals. Yeah, I can't make a PowerPoint on the spot. Captain Hook, thank you. Captain Hook is Crocodile in One Piece. Look, pull up Captain, which by the way, guys, I really need to pee. It all connects to music. I mean, you have a point because Bink Sake, right? Bink Sake is integral to the One Piece storyline. Look, bro, it's Crocodile, man. It's Crocodile, man. Not with that attitude. Thank you for the super chat, L. Luffy wanted a musician. Drums of That's a good point. Luffy wanted a musician. Bink Sake. Drums of Liberation. Oda's building something up, bro. What is Oda building up? Maybe the One Piece is a Macklemore song. Guys, I'm gonna go pee. I'll be right back. Guys, I'm gonna go pee. I'll be right back. Then we'll wrap up the stream when I come back. Back. L with the 2, thank you, brother. Going crazy with the super chats. Lots of supers today. Thank you, L. You think Zoro and Sanji will ever have a real fight? I mean, it depends what you mean by real fight, because like I think like a lot of people might think a real fight is when someone dies. Now, I wouldn't think that I don't think Zoro and Luffy or Zoro and Sanji would fight to the death. But there have been theories that we've seen, L, from the stream chat where people talk about how in Little Garden there was a huge competition between Sanji and Luffy. They were really competing. They were like butting heads. If this arc is going to parallel Little Garden, then maybe we could see that again. Little Garden, if Little Garden is a proper parallel to Elbaf, we should see them fight. Oh, it was you. Okay, it was you. Shout out to you, L. Shout out to the boy L. Yeah, so now I mean, L, I don't want to play semantics. It just depends what you mean by a real fight, you know? I don't think like Zoro would ever go as far as to stab Sanji, you know, like a blade through him. I don't think that would ever happen. Like I do think like they'll clash and they'll argue, of course, and stuff like that. But I don't think one will kill the other. I don't think Zoro will stab Sanji. I don't think it'll go that far. Sanji loses a hand. I think that might go too far. That might go too far. What about you guys? Do you guys think Sanji would ever, like Oda would ever write in Sanji versus Zoro and then Sanji loses an arm or something? Nah, I think that's too far. Listen, washing hands, I cannot confirm nor deny. Okay? I cannot confirm nor deny. Do with that what you will. Sanji would stomp Zoro? You are on crack rock. Do you actually believe Sanji would stomp Zoro? See, this is why I don't respect my chat. People always want to argue and ask like me, like, yo, Evil, why are you so rude, man? Evil, you're so rude. You're so disrespectful. Like, you don't know how to respect people. You're always talking down on people. Yeah, you know why? Look at my chat. You're wondering why I'm such a rude, disrespectful person. Have you seen my chat? We have people like Simon telling me Sanji would stomp Zoro. You wouldn't, hey, if you were told that, you wouldn't respect your chat either, bro. This is why I don't respect my chat, bro. Chat, I don't respect you guys. I wouldn't even want to step on you. And what's the word I'm looking for? What's the word I'm looking for? Denigrate? Denigrate my shoe. Do you know who is Vex Bolts? No, I don't know who that is. Vex Bolts? Who's that? Santa Cruz? Isn't that like a Santa Cruz, isn't that like a skateboard brand? I mean, Usopp stomps them both. Can we end this Usopp agenda? I hate him, bro. Chat, I hate Usopp, bro. I hate Usopp more than Sanji. Do you buy property in Egypt? I don't think many people do, my guy. Is there a single person in chat that has bought property in Egypt? You look like you skated before? Yeah, growing up, I used to skate. When I was like 12 to 15, I used to skate a lot, skateboard. I've hit a tray flip before. Kick flips, of course, heel flips. Usopp is gonna glow up or have a legendary moment. Listen, man, I'm here for it. Kai, I'm here for it. If Oda wants to gas up Usopp and, you know, really build his character this arc, bro, I'm here for it. But if it doesn't happen this chapter, I'm done, or I mean this arc, I'm done with Usopp. If Oda somehow gives Usopp the Zoro Wano treatment, I'm out. I'm out. This has to be the arc. Usopp needs to grow in some capacity this arc. If he gets the Zoro Wano treatment, I'm done. Do you have any OG Call of Duty clips? Yeah, but like we watched them a few streams ago, you know. There's not that many. I forgot who it was. Someone in chat was able to like pull up a channel with some clips. Had some trick shotting. You should do aura maxing and looks maxing so you could become like Shanks. Yeah, like getting closer to become a brave man of the sea like he is wanted. Yeah, exactly. Bro, I'm not preying on Usopp's downfall. I'm just gonna call him out. I'm gonna call him out when it's necessary. Like in Wano, right? Let's use Wano as an example. Usopp should have fought that fire spirit in Wano. You could sit there and be like, oh, but like Jinbei and Raizo, you know, it was great. They used the water. I still think it should have been for Usopp. So then Usopp could have had an actual battle in Wano. All Usopp did the entirety of Wano is run away. If Oda had Usopp fight the fire spirit, boom, Oda has a fight for Usopp. But it doesn't end there. Not only, again, would Usopp fighting a fire spirit add credibility to his character in the Wano context, but moreover, it would be a parallel to Thriller Bark. Remember how in Thriller Bark, Usopp was fighting Perona and all of those spirits? In Japanese, that fire spirit and the spirits Perona were using were extremely similar. I forgot what the wording was, what the phrasing was. I was on board with Usopp fighting that fire spirit. But what does Oda do? Wait, my chat just crashed. Yo, guys, are we good? Guys, are we good? Yeah, I did used to make intros for people. How do you know that? You remember my my Call of Duty name? We're good? Okay. So, but anyways, but what did Oda do? Again, give Usopp an enemy just to run away from. And you could make the argument, oh well, this is building Usopp's overall character. You know, by the time Usopp becomes a brave warrior of the sea, he needs moments to look back on, right? If his biggest dream is becoming the world's or the becoming a brave warrior of the sea, he has to have moments where he could look back and think about how much of a coward he was. I get that. But how long do we have to wait? We haven't seen that much progression from Usopp in terms of being braver. Like, look at how Oda came through and gave Usopp to us in post-time skip. Dude, this man is shredded. Usopp is super muscular. Bro is like, he's like six-pack. Bro has muscles. Bro is shredded, but he's still a coward. It's just like, I don't know, man. I don't know. And we got L with the 2, bro. Thank you. Can't forgive Oda for fumbling Brook versus Apu. Yeah, Brook versus Apu. Hey, we don't talk about that. We don't talk about that. We don't talk about that, L. Didn't, yeah, Zoro had to finish off Apu, right? Link, Legend of Zelda, Link to the Past. Maybe I have to look on Google. Whoa. Dude has put down a couple people. Has he though? I mean, who? Sugar? Yo, what is Usopp's rap sheet in post time skip? Sugar? Like, okay, fine. I'll give him that. Fine. Who else? Bro's history was popping. Yeah, I mean, pre-time skip Usopp was going crazy, bro. Like, don't get me wrong, like you had the whole Water 7 situation, but pre-time skip Usopp, hey, he was doing this thing. Remember, he was fighting in Alabasta. Usopp was, hey, he was about it. But post-time skip is like, what happened, bro? Oh, I know how to get him going, chat. Bring up Crocomom. Don't you dare. So, Johan, you're telling me the sword and the shield. You're telling me this is Nika vibes. Nika. I mean, maybe. Why did you say Morley's thighs on the search history? It did not say Morley's thighs on my search history. Stop the cap. Stop the cap. There was an old clip of you saying that Morley's thighs, you want to... Wait. There was an old clip of you said that Morley thighs, you want to be crushed by them. That was AI. Crocomom is better than any theory evil has ever made. Look, listen, that Crocomom, or I mean that Morley Thigh clip that you guys see floating around on the internet, that was AI. What they did was they downloaded one of my streams, they put the audio into a like an AI voice program, and then the program like analyzed my voice, and then what they did was they then made the program say that stuff about Morley, and they put that audio like on a clip. They put that audio on like a silent clip of me, and they like made it sync, and they made it look like I was actually saving that or saying that. No, it's Zelda: A Link Between Worlds, rather. Let me see. Bro, what? Usopp actually defeated Sugar. You're right. Oh, yeah, you came to the realization. Look, yo, guys, look at what Kai Official said. He said, bro, what? Usopp actually has only defeated Sugar. You're right. Yeah, it's just like, bro, I don't want to have to call out Sugar. Or not Sugar. I don't want to have to call out, I said Sugar. I don't want to have to call out Usopp. He's a Nakama, bro. He's a Straw Hat member. But, like, I'm going to call it how I see it. Yeah, same thing, Simon. Same thing. That clip of me saying St. Charlos is the GOAT, my favorite character, it's AI. What you really think about Morley's thighs? I think Morley's thighs is disgusting. It's repulsive. I want nothing to do with it. There's only one pair of thighs I want in this world, and it's Dawn of Ascension. I just want to be crushed and live in her thighs. Okay? Joe Biden was the first AI. Joe Biden. Joe Biden. You know, this man Biden was such a useless president. Biden was like MIA the entirety of 2024. Where was he, bro? We had all these problems in 2024, and this dude Biden was MIA. Where was he? Bro would step out like once every 4 months to make a statement. Where the hell was Biden the last 6 months of 2024? Bro was completely gone. And don't try to make it seem like, oh, so you love Trump then. They're both trash. I'm just saying. Does anyone like notice that? Does anyone want to talk about that? Bro was MIA like all of 2024. Bro made like no statements. Every time something would go down, he was just nowhere to be found, bro. Dawn of Ascension with the 5. Mwah. Mwah. Do you know about the 5 sons from the Aztec mythology? Also, Wanji and Crocomom over Loro. See, Dawn of Ascension, this is why we don't respect you. Making comments like that, we're not going to respect you. 5 sons of Aztec mythology. No, I don't know about this. Oh, the Mayan calendar. Oh, so they believe in 5 sons. See, what's tricky is in Shandora, right? The Skypiea arc. We had Nolan's flashback, and we heard about Shandora's history, right? Their history seems to line up with like Inca culture, Aztec culture, stuff like that. So you could kind of tie like, you know, Aztec mythology to Shandora. But the problem that we have here is like, for an example, right? In Nolan's flashback, again, Skypiea arc in Shandora, they believed in 4 gods: forest, rain, sun, and earth. Unfortunately, in Aztec mythology, it's 5 sons. So if we wanted to make a tie between like Aztec mythology's 5 sons to the 4 gods of Shandora's worldview, it would seem a little bit of a reach, you know, because it's not the same number. But I don't know. What do you think? Well, what is this even about? I'm not even sure. In creation myths, the term 5 sons refers to the belief of certain Nahua cultures and Aztec peoples that the world has gone through 5 distinct cycles of creation and destruction, with this era being the 5th. Okay, so my thing is you could immediately go to this chapter, 1136. They said the world was destroyed twice. But yet this 5 son thing is saying that the world so far has been destroyed 5 times. So if we wanted to tie this to One Piece, there would have the One Piece world would have to be destroyed another 3 times, you know? Otherwise, you get like a kind of like almost like a forceful connection between the Five Suns world destruction, you know, 5 times, to the One Piece world where it was only destroyed 2 times. It'd be a little forceful, you know what I'm saying? But I don't know. Maybe I'm misunderstanding you. I might not even be understanding you right. You could try to Dawn of Ascension clarify for us. You could be saying something totally different. You might not even be talking about the 5 destruction thing. You might be talking about something totally different. Just let me know, because I'm not hip. I'm not privy to the 5 sons of Aztec mythology. The Skypian religious beliefs sound like Shintoism or Zoroastrianism. Ja. Presidents play MTG, presidents play Minecraft. Yeah, bro. Presidents playing Minecraft is like the funniest videos. You guys need to go watch that. You guys need to go watch some of those on YouTube, bro. Watch Barack Obama, Joe Biden, and Trump play Minecraft together. Or like Trump, Biden, and Barack playing like a Nuzlocke together. Bro, those are the funniest videos, man. When you watch like Pokemon Emerald Nuzlocke, you'll see videos on there. Biden, Trump, Barack, or even I saw one of George Bush. Them playing a Pokemon Emerald Nuzlocke. Yo, it is the funniest thing, dude. Like when the people make those AIs for those videos, they're so good at doing the personalities, like making the Trump AI like, you know, Trump personality and Biden's personality fit. Those videos are hilarious. If you were a true One Piece fan, who is the guy with Buggy that rides a unicycle? It's Kabaji. GLR made a Trump, Biden, and Barack AI debate One Piece. Oh yeah, he did that a while ago, right? He did that a while ago. If I remember right, it was pretty funny. I think that was during the height of the AI memes, right? Everyone was doing like AI memes of all sort and like mediums, and he did One Piece. Look at the IMDb image and look at the wall, and you'll see the inspiration for the sword and shield. Wait, are you talking about the game, Johan, or are you talking about Five Sons of Aztec Mythology? I think you're talking about the game. Wait, they have an IMDb for a game? Wait, IMDb? All right, listen, guys. We've been live for a while, man. We've been live for a while. I think it's time we wrap up here in a few minutes, guys. I'm talking about how you glazed shirtless Usopp so hard. Yo, I did not glaze shirtless Usopp, bro. It was just normal masculine respect. Dawn of Ascension says it's interesting because the first sun has giants and they were destroyed. Second, by wind hurricanes. Third, by fiery rain. Fourth, sun by floods. Fifth sun is destined to end in earthquakes. Luffy's. Okay, so that is interesting, but you know, Dawn of Ascension is just the thing that I find tricky in this is that, again, the world going through 5 distinct cycles of creation and destruction. My problem is that this chapter only speaks of 2. So, you know, I'm not entirely sure if we can connect it. I don't know if that's forced, if it's a reach, or maybe there's a possibility that they end up clarifying and they're like, hey, the world has been destroyed, but it wasn't twice. It was actually 4 times. It was actually 5 times. You know, because we don't have the full context. We don't have the full context. And to make matters worse, they literally said that these legends are written in an archaic language. And there's countless of interpretations. So there's a lot of wiggle room when it comes to, you know, the One Piece world being destroyed twice. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. I'm not sure what to think. But I will think about that. Because obviously when you look at Shandora, Shandora is filled with Inca culture, Aztec culture, Mayan culture. It doesn't have to be exactly 5, just very close to the Aztec myth. Yeah, but then I'm sure there's somewhere out there where they believe in a creation or destruction cycle, and it's only 2. So then you would have to kind of like be arguing against, you know, another option out there with 2 destructions and be siding with this even though it's 5. You know, and that seems like a little biased. Also, I would say that when the way I see it with the world being destroyed, I genuinely think it's the context of world wars. What's good, Visor? How you doing, bro? We know that the Void Century in the official translations was called a war, and it had to have been a global war. They've said throughout the story that this Void Century, this Void War, this 100-year war was a world war. So I would say that when we read 1136 and we see how they talk about the world being destroyed twice, they're reading history. Like, don't get me wrong, it's been passed down from generations. It's in an archaic language. It's history. It's a historical book, like the Bible, an historical book. And when they talk about the world being destroyed twice, that's world wars. And Luffy is going to bring World War 3. And we got L with the 2. Thank you, brother. Let me check the DMs. Guys, we're going to wrap up this stream in a few minutes, guys. It's been a blast. Guys, make sure before you guys leave, like the stream. If you're new here, subscribe. If you're not new here, hit the notification bell, guys, so you don't miss streams. Enable all notifications. I don't spam you guys with notifications. Just enable them all so you definitely make sure you don't miss a stream. And make sure you guys like the stream. If you guys have any final comments, any final concerns, any final theories, if you guys want to rate the chapter, comment down below what you think. Of course, guys, we'll be live again next week with 11:37. No break next week. No break next week. We're getting 11:37. So, of course, we're going to stream the short summary spoilers. We're going to stream the long summary spoilers. And, of course, we're going to stream the chapter reaction. It's going to be lots of fun. Let me know what you guys hope to see in 11:37. I hope to see Luffy run into the Shanks. Whether it's real Shanks, twin Shanks, brother, clone, whatever it is, I want to see this Shanks run into Luffy. I think that'll be a very interesting confrontation. And this is our message from L, guys. This is what he super chatted. This is what he super chatted. Do we really think this is funny? Is this not bullying? Is this not like abuse? Is this not harassment? Why are you posting the fire emoji? Why are you posting the fire emoji? He looks like you, bro, but if he didn't have an afro? 1-to-1, really? Dawn of Ascension, you out of all people, new YouTube avatar. Brothership. Not funny. The game is from 2013, which means Oda created Nika this year. When you say this year, do you mean 2013 or do you mean 2024? 2025? I think you meant 2013 when you said this year, right? Why are you guys putting fire emojis? Why? And she's saying WL, bro. This is not funny. Can we get fires in the chat for that image? No. No fires. What's good, Anime Land? Welcome back. The Chronicles of Loki reminds me of Odin's backstory when that retainer was listing off his mischiefs. Oh, interesting. Yeah, Anime Land, that's a good point. Anime Land, I do remember, I get the gist of what you're referencing, but my memory is a little hazy. I want to go look at the specifics of that. Anime Land, do you know what chapter that might have taken place on? I want to go look at the specifics and kind of look at the nitty gritty and see how similar it is to Loki. Look at everyone laughing, everyone putting fire emojis. Eli saying that's just a normal picture. Brothership saying real. top bully evil. He's the king of YouTube, and the dude's brain is on a different wavelength. You feel it in every video. I don't know, man. One Piece, ever since Egghead, bro, I just feel like One Piece hasn't been good for theory crafting. Unless you want to make like a forced theory and just kind of be repetitive. It's like ever since Egghead, it's like it's been like that, you know? And I'm not going to name any names, but I've talked to other One Piece creators. I've talked to creators you guys know and love. Creators you guys mention in the stream chat. In fact, creators I'm thinking about, you literally named in stream chat today. And they say the same thing. They tell me, yo, Evil, man, I love One Piece. I love doing content. I love doing streams. I love making theories. But it's repetitive. That's what they've told me. And they actually, when they voice this to me, they're a lot more, what's the word? Like, I don't want to say pessimistic, but they're a lot more, you know, blunt. They're a lot more, I can't think of the word, so I'll just say pessimistic. They're more pessimistic than me. You know, I don't know what happened, man. Something with Egghead. Like, I don't know if it's because we finally get to see the Gorsei's monster forms that like answers things and there's not much to theorize beyond that. I don't know if it's because like, okay, now we know who Vegapunk is and he splits his personality, so now there's no more theories, like we know who Vegapunk is. Maybe it's because we got like a lot of answers in Egghead crafted in such a way that it's hard to ask more questions. Because you guys know Oda, right? Usually, generally, as Oda writes One Piece, he'll always give an answer to something in the story while giving you more questions. You guys know this. Whenever Oda answers a question, we're left with more questions. It doesn't really feel like that in Egghead. It doesn't really feel like that. But that's just my thoughts. You know, I don't want to force content. I don't want to force theories. I don't want to, you know, be repetitive, do the same theories everyone else is talking about. I feel like I would be cheating you guys, you know? And I'm the kind of creator, every single video, every single theory I ever made and put on YouTube, I was excited to do it. Every single last one of them. Blackbeard being Baize, I was so hyped. You could go ask my friends. I was in VC with my friends. I was so excited. And I was telling them as I was recording, as I was editing, I told them, I was like, yo, the streets are gonna love this, bro. When they see this theory of Baize, they're gonna lose this mind. They're gonna lose their mind because it's so fire. I said the same thing with Blackbeard being an octopus, Blackbeard 3 Sidas, Luffy having a Hanumanji inspiration. Every single theory, just massive excitement, massive you know, hope to make a theory. But right now I don't have that feeling for any kind of theory, you know? You know, I'm just being honest. I'm just being honest, guys. That's just me being genuine. And you got to understand as well, I've been making One Piece theories before I even did YouTube. Like when I started YouTube, I was putting out theory videos on theories I already had. So I've been doing theories for a long time. And then another thing, people are constantly telling me about their theories. So not only like have I spent years making theories, then I started doing theories on YouTube, but then even more years getting people to tell me their theory on Dragon and Emu and Blackbeard and Zabek and Roger and Joy Boy and Bink Sake. It's like, you know, chat, this sounds so depressing, bro. This sounds so depressing. Chat, I'm sorry, but eventually Oda's gonna rejuvenate us, man. I know it, bro. I have faith in Oda. He's gonna rejuvenate us. He's gonna start cooking. He's gonna start giving like the true like the people like me, I should say. He's gonna give people like me that reinvigorating energy where we're back in the game, you know, we're back in the field. It'll come back, man. You know, roller coasters have its ups and downs, man. Simon with the 279, thank you, brother. He says, please, can you check my fan art on Discord? Posting it now. Let's see what his fan art is. I'm scared to even look. Bro. Dude. I don't know why you guys think this is funny. I don't know why you guys think this is funny, why you guys say 1-to-1, why you guys post fire emojis. See, again, fire emojis. The very first comment is a fire emoji. I am not Saint Charlos. He is not my favorite character. He's garbage. He was a dragon, a celestial dragon, okay? We don't do it. That one is perfect. No, it's not. You know what? I actually despise how they clipped like the neck and the shoulder so perfectly.
Oh my God.
Guys, I think we're gonna end it off here, guys. Thank you for what you've contributed to One Piece in Theories. Hey, Johan, thank you to what you've contributed. Thank you to what the chat has contributed. We all contribute together. We all have ideas. We all pass them together. We all tweak different ideas. We all have different perspectives. You know? We all have different perspectives. And Johan, you're known as one of the GOATs in this chat, bro. Every single stream you got theories to post. Johan, you're a young legend, bro. You're the lurking legend, bro. All right, guys, this is where we're going to end it off. This is where we're going to end off the stream. Chat, thank you, everyone, for supporting. Thank you for all the super chats, the memberships, the love, the support, the kind comments. Lord, I guess, Lord, too, thank you for blessing the stream. Lord, bless the stream. He gave us a beautiful stream today. Lots of laughs, guys. This stream was very funny. All the roasting. Lots of good theories. We're pushing the World War III agenda. The final war of One Piece between Luffy and Dragon versus the Celestial Dragons is World War III. And that's because of Voyage Century is based off of World War II. That's what we're cooking today, chat. Thank you all for being here. God bless you all. I hope you can all find Jesus Christ. I hope you realize that he is the truth, the leader to salvation. He will always be there for you. Even if your parents pass away, you are still his son or daughter. He loves you. He died on the cross for you. Even when you turned your back on him, he is the way, the truth, and the life. No one can get to the Father except through him. May I glorify him until my last breath. May I glorify him and fulfill the Holy Commission every day of my life. Lord, may I fulfill your will, not of my own. May I be a lion of Christ and show people what Jesus Christ has done for me and devote every ounce of my blood to Jesus Christ, every neuron in my brain to Jesus Christ, every fiber of my being to my Lord and Savior, because he is the answer. I love you all tremendously. I hope all of you guys are filled with hope, filled with strength, filled with courage, filled with bravery, filled with creativity, filled with love, filled with passion, filled with hope, filled with contentment, filled with inner peace, filled with everything that it takes to live a beautiful, happy, healthy life. You and your family. Have a nice day, everybody. A nice morning, day, or night, everyone.